Yeah, okay, there you go, jackass.
I was.
You're distracted.
He was busy getting prepared.
What's that?
It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
How's it going, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Okay. It is very cold again.
Oh, it's so cold.
I'm not even going to get into that.
You got to bundle up.
Not even getting into that right now because we have to get into what is happening across from me.
Across from me, what?
If you are not on the live stream, I highly encourage you to log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, to see what walked in the studio this morning.
Who came in?
Somebody very prepared for the cold.
Well, you got to. Tough driving out there. No big deal.
No, but like that's not. You're not prepared for the cold. That's not warm gear.
What is it?
I don't know. Kimmy.
Yeah.
Could you try to describe what Tommy Muley is wearing this morning?
The scarf, I mean, he's been known to wear a scarf.
But that's not a warm scarf. That's like an Aladdin scarf.
It's a fashion scarf.
Prince Ali, his name is Tommy.
My Italian
so he's got the
scarf.
scarf, which, okay, fine. We'll let that go.
Like those can be used as curtains in a dorm room. It's that kind of material.
It's very comfortable.
You look like an idiot.
What are you talking about?
For me, it's the gloves. Because I don't understand the gloves.
So they're not.
There's holes in them.
They're driving gloves.
No, I understand.
He's wearing 1920s driving gloves.
They're Italian driving gloves.
The knuckles are cut out of the gloves.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so
not
you can
like
grip.
one line. They look
but
like
little holes for each knuckle.
I'm shifting. I'm driving.
They look like assless chaps for your hands.
They're very popular in Formula One.
No, okay.
And also in Palermo.
Oh, all right. So, what did you drive to work today?
My Nissan.
You drove a Nissan with driving gloves.
Yeah. Well, they're Italian driving gloves.
With your.
I'm half Italian.
Yeah.
And I drive.
Okay.
So why would I drive with Italian driving gloves?
Because those gloves aren't.
They're very comfortable. You can do things with them while you're driving. You know how sometimes you have gloves on and you can't do nothing? These are almost like skin.
No, but those gloves aren't to keep you warm, so there's no point in wearing them today. I know
It's deer skin. It's very comfortable.
What's your point? Does that keep you warm? Are your hands warm?
Keeps the deer warm.
Okay.
I don't ever see them shivering.
Okay.
Right. I should. The hat kind of makes the outfit.
Yeah, but you got your headphones.
Well, it's too. It's too
yeah,
much.
no, it's too much. Too much. Not this though. This isn't too much.
Really?
I've known you for a long time.
It may be too long.
And you've worn so many stupid things.
Mm-hmm.
And when we had the whole.
You're wearing a skull cap inside.
Yeah, it's cold outside.
It's not cold in here. It's
It is
72.
kinda cold in here.
You're wearing.
No, that's a lie.
You're wearing a gloves and scarf.
No, nothing on my head.
You just said I wanted to wear my hat, but I can't fit it
Well,
over
just
my
to give
headphones.
you a good laugh.
Yeah, no, it's probably for the laugh.
I'm doing it for you guys.
That's what I'm doing.
But that's just it.
It's bitch voice theater.
But no, but you're not. You didn't buy this stuff to give me a laugh. You bought this stuff because you think you look good.
It's
You're
just very
almost
comfortable.
He's doing that thing that kids did in school to get ahead of the joke. Like, hey guys, we're all laughing together, right? Even though I really like this, so I'm just preparing you for what's happening.
Go ahead, kick me around.
He looks like the last place PGA Tour member in 1946 with those gloves on.
But
Man.
that guy was a rich guy, probably.
What are you doing? Because I got through the summer of hats, right? Where you look like a complete idiot with your new hats and you brought them in every week and you were all excited. I don't know if I can get through the winter of driving gloves.
Why?
Has your wife seen those?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She left. I took her to lunch with him.
You
Well, it
Did
was
she
freezing
sit in the
cold
back
out.
seat? Like,
It was freezing
were you
cold.
the chauffeur?
Yeah, well, I said, let me try him out. Got dog hair on me. So we went to lunch. I went to that patron saint place you were telling me about.
You wore those into the high-end restaurant for lunch.
And here's the funniest thing. I wasn't the biggest douchebag in there when I walked in with him.
That's a lie, but...
No, there was a Tom Jones-looking mofo on his fifth martini.
And you described that guy to me, and I had said, well, what a douche, not knowing you were wearing what you're wearing now.
When I walked in, you know what he said to me? He gave me one of these. Tom Jones gives you a... You're doing all right. Well, he's fake Tom Jones.
So when do you take them off?
Well, I take him off when I come in.
Oh, okay.
I put him on now, so
I
Yeah,
got
so we
you.
can get
I
the
didn't. Well,
full
I didn't know if
We get the full
you
scene of
kept him on.
you
for
two
a
can have
while,
a good
just to-
laugh
what he's wearing.
Yeah.
at my fashion statement.
You look like you're being choked out by a member of the Taliban in that scarf.
I've never even seen anything like that before.
What's that?
Here,
What?
at least.
What?
Those gloves.
Oh.
Like, I've never seen those in a store.
Well, yeah, no, there is a store. It's called the.
What's it called?
It's called the. I'm filming a 1920s racing movie store. It's a very long sign. Kimmy, where would somebody wear those gloves in an appropriate setting
Well, a racetrack.
that wasn't a set of a play version of The Great Gatsby?
I do have a question. Like, do you have separate gloves for whatever task you're doing? Like, you don't just have a pair of like nice winter gloves.
Yes, I do. I have my standards,
Right.
and then I got a pair of dress gloves, and then I have these.
That's a lot of.
You're not in the Navy.
So what's the difference between those and your dress gloves? How do you? At what point do you wear the dress gloves if you're wearing those when you're driving?
I'll let you know. Well, if my wife's
It
driving.
seems like a lot of decisions to make with your
it
outfit.
is. You know, well, it's a commitment. Like it's a lifestyle.
Yeah, no, and you're nailing it. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, if you're just joining us, I highly encourage you to go to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. Get on our live stream, The Break Room WCMF, brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, they just pulled their advertising.
I was going to get you a pair.
Yeah.
But because you do a lot of driving in the cold.
I do, yes.
And you got a lot of tasks to do. And I'm telling you,
Uh-huh.
you could do anything with these gloves on. You don't fumble around. You can button, zip, do whatever.
He could also just wear his normal gloves.
No,
Could
it's
do
hard
that.
with
No,
regular
not.
gloves. It's
No,
too hard.
No, nothing.
These
is,
are like a second skin.
Nothing is hard enough to
Look at
make
that.
wearing those gloves, stop that, worth it.
Please don't.
You could do that.
Nothing is, no.
No.
Well, you could do that.
So here's, why are you doing that?
I'm just showing you how versatile these gloves are.
Okay.
Because the knuckles are open.
You look like Prince's grandpa.
That would be a very cool man. And also a very rich grandpa. I would love to be
A rich
Prince's. No, I'd love to be Prince's grandfather. Even though it would confuse Prince.
So here's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Like, you're an easily influenced man.
What are you saying?
Like, one of the most easily influenced. Like, for a guy who, like, tries to, like, hey, I'm anti-authority, man. I do what I
That's
want.
true.
Man.
I mean, you take some risks.
I know.
Take some
I'm not
risks.
easily influenced. I will research everything on Instagram before I buy it.
Like, the amount of pictures Tommy has seen one time of guys on Instagram, and he goes, ooh, that's cool now, and he goes out and buys it immediately. What did you see where those gloves were a good idea?
So, I've been watching a lot of that Formula One on Netflix.
Yeah.
And then there's like a lot of rich guys in there.
Uh-huh.
And I noticed like a lot of these rich guys wear these gloves.
Oh, okay.
And not even the racers, but even like the owners and the guys that drive like the nice cars and stuff.
Yeah.
All wear them.
Well, that's funny. You included something at the end of that sentence. Guys that drive the nice cars. And here's what really bothers me, Kimmy. You go ahead before I go off. 'Cause I'm about to
Well,
go
I
off.
was just going to say, I feel like we can almost guess what you're watching on Netflix based on your outfits.
Yeah,
and
no,
your,
she's right.
And your new style choices.
She's right. She's right. Please.
What's Tommy watching?
Please don't watch Magic Mike.
All right.
So what really bothers me about this
What's up?
is a little behind the scenes inside baseball here. There's a guy who works in this business
Yeah.
who has worn driving gloves for years.
Yeah, he drove a little sports car.
Yeah.
Little rag top.
And for 15 years,
Mhm.
you mercilessly made fun of that man.
I didn't get him, man.
Mercilessly made fun of that man.
I did.
Specifically the fact that he wore driving
Yes,
gloves.
yeah.
Like, I'm not exaggerating. For a decade and a half,
Yeah.
we have made jokes. And this guy, he's a nice guy.
One of the nicest guys.
Like,
in the
and we
business.
like this man.
Right.
And we have, in private, just destroyed this man over his driving
Yeah.
gloves. And you have the nerve to walk in today with somehow a douchier pair of gloves than the gloves we have made fun of for a decade
But
and a
now
half.
I get where the guy was coming from, man. I didn't get it. I was ignorant.
You know what you look like? You look like you're wearing what the Black Sox wore in 1909 in the World Series.
Those are the cheater guys?
Yes. You are the Honus Wagner of the break room.
Doesn't he have like a really good baseball card?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
A really good one.
It's like number one card, right?
Okay. This woman does not want to be identified, but she writes.
Oh, I like this.
Well, she loves you too much, I guess, because she writes, "Love you, Tommy, but you do look like a jaundiced ET."
What would that even look like? Because ET already looks pretty sickly.
Well,
That's
yeah, no,
you.
I mean, jaundiced. You're more pale and yellow.
Oh, okay.
252 WCMF. Tommy is debuting his new look again. New look every couple months. You get-
Every season,
Yeah.
he's been adding something to his
The
wardrobe.
season of Tommy.
Yep. He cut up a bed sheet from Crate and Barrel and wore it around his neck as a scarf, and he's wearing 1920s driving gloves to stay warm. Gloves that don't keep you warm.
They do.
With the knuckles cut out.
they're just not. There's no lining to them.
That would be for warmth.
It's just deer skin on skin.
Let's talk to Mary. Hey, Mary, you're on CMF. How's it going?
Oh, my 10-year-old self would be so jealous. You there?
Yes, we're here. No, I'm sorry. I was thinking about Mickey Dolenz.
I wanted those so bad when I was about 10 because somebody on Mission Impossible wore them, and they were just the coolest things. You know?
So it's turning you on.
Aviator glass. Aviator wire rims, too. Those
so you're getting turned on, aren't you, Mary?
I am. Oh, Knuckles, man. Oh, nothing better than Knuckles.
Didn't think we'd get that this morning.
All right, Mary, I'm going to ask you a serious question. Because you're a single woman.
Oh, serious?
What do you think?
You're a single woman as we speak right now, Mary?
I am. Yes.
Okay, so let's say you go out, you're having a drink or two, maybe your girlfriend's alone, whatever, and a man...
Knuckle boy pops up to the bar.
A man begins to approach you wearing knuckleless racing gloves.
Well, it'd be like him wearing sunglasses inside.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You just don't wear sunglasses unless you're blind. If you wear them, you're an a-hole if you wear them inside. The same with gloves.
I wear them semi-inside.
What, your sunglasses?
You wear your sunglasses inside?
No, as I'm leaving. I don't wear them all morning.
You could put them on as you walk out the door.
Well, I do. I put them on in here.
No. You put them on here.
I put them on when I left work last night. It was dark, but I didn't want to just shove them in my purse because I didn't have my case, you know.
Mary, thank you for all the information. I really appreciate it.
Have a good day, guys.
You too. Bye, Mary. Bye. You know it's cool when Mary approves.
She's jealous.
Yes, when it turns Mary on.
Once again, for decades, you have mercilessly insulted Mary.
Yes.
And she likes it. So what does that tell? What is all the evidence we have in front of us?
I've been wrong.
Okay.
I've been wrong. I've been living a lie. I've been wrong.
You know what he looks like?
What?
You know what he looks like?
What does he look like?
Like there are those like terrible tragedies in countries that don't have like the same medical care that we do.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like he got a neck injury in a building collapse like somewhere in the Middle East and they just had to tie fabric around his neck instead of having a neck split. I was in the building and it collapsed. He looks like one of those reporters that's in like a war zone and like he had a bandage on his neck.
When you, let's say you're going out to dinner with your wife, you're wearing the gloves. Mm-hmm. Do you wear them a little too long inside just so people see them? Because those gloves are meant to be seen.
All right, so I've only worn them out into the restaurant.
Okay.
To that patron saint.
Are you talking about Patron Sante?
Yeah, Patron Sante. Yeah, Patron Sante. So yes, I wore them to the table.
Yeah.
And then
you did it.
I'm asking. I know you
clipping.
Lingered. Those stayed on your hands a little longer than they needed to.
Why do I like you? God, you make me so
I'm unique.
mad.
I'm a unique person.
No, but you're not, because you're not unique. This isn't something you decided to do. You're doing it because other people are doing it. That's the opposite
How
of
could
unique.
that be if you said you've never seen it on anybody?
Because
how could other people be doing it?
Because I don't watch the stupid shows you do. You just admitted you only bought them because of the old Italian guys that wear them on Formula One.
Yeah. But those guys are cool.
God, I hate that you're my friend. I hate it. You're such a dick.
I'm an acquired taste.
Like, if I did not know you, and I saw you walk into a room with any outfit you've ever worn into this room, I would hate you on principle immediately. And the funniest part is, you're not even high end. Like, that's the best part.
But you don't know it if you don't know me.
What those gloves cost?
Well, here's the thing.
Oh, boy.
So when I was looking at them, they're like hundreds of dollars.
Okay.
So I went on Amazon, and I got these.
So you got knockoffs.
For $35.
So do they even work?
Yeah.
Bro, you think...
Like, do they keep your hands warm?
Yeah,
I can't imagine that $35 ones compared to the hundreds of dollars you should be spending, I guess, on those.
Well, here's the problem. Well, here's a good thing for me, because I'm small.
Yeah.
The small sizes always go on sale because nobody buys them.
Gotcha.
So these are small men's gloves. Nobody buys small men's gloves. And most people have, your ape knuckles. So if you have regular man hands, delicate hands, sophisticated, advanced and sophisticated man.
Sure.
They always go on sale.
Yeah. It's weird that the small ones are always on sale because you would think, Kimmy, there would be kids buying their parents these gloves for Halloween when they went as the Red Baron. Your wife loves you. Kimmy and I care about you as a person. Yeah. Everybody in your life that has stock in you as a human is screaming at you to ignore every instinct you have about what you put on your body.
I do feel like we have to speak for your wife because your wife can't say anything at this point, right?
We're the Lorax of your wife.
I'm sure she doesn't want to hurt your feelings, right? So she's going to say, "Wow, those are neat."
No, she'll
those are cool.
She clip some of it.
All right. So she hasn't said anything about those.
No. I think if I keep wearing them, it'll probably come up.
Okay. We're going to take a break.
Yeah.
You're not going to wear that the whole show, are you?
Well, no, I'll take it off for now. Then I'll put it back on for Bitch Voice Theater so you can do this all over again.
Okay, I love.
He's doing it for us.
No, but that's what's so funny about him. Like, oh
do it
no,
for the break room.
Not more attention from me. Oh no, what shall I do? We have a dynamite. Any news, any attention is good attention. For Tommy, you got to break it for you this morning here on CMF. It is Thursday. You brought it up.
Bitch Voice Theater, buddy.
That's right. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. And also, just after 7 o'clock, there are 7 teenagers from our area, just east of us, that are in some very serious trouble.
7 kids?
7 kids. And it doesn't involve a smash and grab at a jewelry store. It doesn't involve stealing any cars. I believe. You know what? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. This involves a computer, a school, and access to something they should not have gotten access to.
Every kid's dream.
I mean, well, that's just it. It's the plot of every 80s movie.
Yes.
Right? But here's the thing, man. These kids could, do jail time.
I don't get this.
Well, I'll explain the whole story and why it's so
Jesus
serious.
Christ.
But look, man, you can raise your kids the right way.
Yeah.
And tell them that hard work and honesty and not cutting corners is what makes you successful.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can be honest with your kid and tell them that every once in a while, if you want to get ahead, you do have to lie, cheat, and steal.
And you don't need to put it. You just gotta pull a move.
Okay. Well, but this move could land them in jail. If you find out your kid is accused of this, your kid did this.
Yeah.
What's your reaction?
Oh.
And are you upset because of what they did? Or are you upset because they got themselves caught? And we'll get into all of that and a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
We told you yesterday that a local restaurant that's been around for 13 years, Le Petit Poutine, will no longer be. We find out also this week that a chain restaurant that has been in Rochester for decades is closing its last location.
Wow.
And normally losing a chain restaurant is no big deal. But what sucks about this, if you're into this style of this food, I don't know where else you can go.
They're the only ones that do it?
I'm not sure. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
And it is weird this place was not more successful, has not been more successful.
Yeah.
Tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Rochester has such a good local food scene.
Oh, yeah.
That when a chain restaurant closes, it's usually not that big a deal. But this one might be different because their food is unique. In fact, I don't know of another place in Rochester, maybe I'm wrong, where you can get something like this.
Oh.
And even more strange, it's not like the place wasn't good, right? I mean, there are some chain restaurants that are just like, I can leave them. But this place was like an actual restaurant.
Was solid.
So if you want one of these now, where do you go?
Oh.
And are we as Rochesterians even in on these? You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. There's famous, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Mick Jagger is famous.
Yeah, worldwide.
Taylor Swift is famous. But there is a level of fame that is so great that when you die, people get a day off.
Oh.
And that's happening today. And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Last week, the final Pizzeria Uno location in the greater Rochester area closed.
Oh.
The Taste of Chicago.
You got it. If I'm not mistaken, and tell me if I'm wrong, 252-WCMF, the last Pizzeria Uno open was in Webster. It is no longer open. Did we have 3 Pizzeria Unos, Kimmy?
And I know there was one in Greece and one in Henrietta.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And there was one by Eastview Mall.
So there was 4. We had 4 Pizzeria Unos.
There was one by Eastview, too? I didn't even know
It was
that.
It was separate, but like across the street.
So it was Pizzeria Quattros at one point.
Write that down.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start this way.
Yeah.
You guys in on Chicago-style pizza?
Yes.
I like it.
I love it.
All right.
Yeah.
Very tasty.
Okay, yeah, me too. When's the last time you had Chicago-style pizza?
When I was in Chicago many years ago.
I only eat it when I'm in Chicago. I only eat it.
Yeah, ask me a question. You brag about Detroit pizza.
That's the last time I had it when I was in Detroit. It was
The
Chicago
last time
style.
I had it was in Chicago. What's the
style in
difference?
Detroit.
Oh, yeah, Chicago style in Detroit because I hate Detroit style. Kimmy, when's the last time you had Chicago style pizza?
It was probably when my husband and I were living on Park Ave because there was that place, Chester Cab, that did the really good Chicago
joint.
style. But the only thing was it takes so long to make and cook and stuff that like you have to set aside like a solid hour to prepare for that pizza.
By the way, is Chester Cab still?
Yeah, I think it's still there.
Yeah, all right. So there is a place to get Chicago style pizza still with Pizzeria Uno being gone then. Because it's weird.
As far as I know.
You never hear of anybody in the greater Rochester area talk about eating Chicago-style pizza.
Well, because we have such good pizza here that I think when you go to order a pizza, it's not a pizza, too, that you're going to order for a lot of people. You have to have, like, the right amount of people that you're feeding to order a Chicago-style pizza.
It's like
that's
you're
like a
eating
weird number.
cheesecake.
I mean, it is a pie of a
Yeah.
pizza.
It's a huge pie.
Thick.
But no, you're right. They don't make, like, sheet
Yeah,
Chicago-style
yeah,
pizzas.
so it's...
You couldn't pick it up.
Well, not with your driving gloves on, you couldn't.
No, schmutz them up.
No, but like what? I mean, I don't even look at Chicago-style pizza as a pizza. Does that make sense? It's
different style food.
It's a
almost.
completely different
It's
thing
like a
in my mind.
lasagna.
It is. Yes. No, you nailed it.
Well, it's a
It
different
is.
style of eating it too.
Yeah.
What do you
Why?
mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I don't. I don't pick up any.
You fork and knife.
Yeah.
You bitch.
No, I'll pick up standard pizza,
Why?
but
Why wouldn't you eat like if you get like a slice, like a slice of Chicago style, you're eating it with a fork?
yeah, fork and knife. Yeah.
Huh.
What do you think about that?
No, why wouldn't you eat it with your? Why don't you pick it up and eat it like a pizza?
It just doesn't
slice?
seem like it's a natural thing because it's like eating a piece of cake with your hands.
Which I've also done. Can I ask
You have not eaten cake with your
Of
hands.
course I've eaten cake with my hands.
What were you, 2?
What man has not eaten a piece of cake like it's a piece of coffee cake with
No.
your hands?
I eat coffee cake with a fork.
Really?
I don't. Yeah,
Coffee
because it
cake's
gets.
like made like a pastry almost.
It's
like
too sticky.
Are you kidding me?
I don't like eating pastries like barehanded because it's too. I don't like.
What?
No,
It's
you can't
pastries
touch your
are made to eat with your hands. You grab and go.
like donuts and stuff like that. I
You
don't-
eat donuts with a
No,
knife and
no,
fork?
you are
Yes.
lying.
No, I'm not because I don't like the stickiness on my hand. Then you gotta like
but they
wash
give you like
up.
that wax paper to eat it with.
I have done that, but I don't like to put my bare hands on anything gooey.
Can I ask? We're not. No, because I have a question I have to ask you. As we talk about Pizzeria Uno closing their last location in Webster.
Yeah.
When you're eating Chicago-style pizza and cake, like pastries and donuts with a knife and fork, is it hard to do with your wife's panties bunching all up in your sack, you bitch-ass bitch?
I'll tell you something, man, because I'll tell you, that's how people get sick. Because you're barehanded everything into your face. Your hands are
So
filthier
it's
than
not
your
the
ass.
whiskey; it's the fact that you eat with a fork and knife
Oh
all
my
the
You
time.
touch
God,
your
what a
ass with your
pansy.
bare hands.
What
You
a
don't.
when
You
you-
wash your
when you do.
hands.
You don't get it all.
What a pansy.
You don't get it all.
Okay.
You have fecal matter, and you also have batch matter on your hands.
Okay.
And that's going to go in your mouth when you eat barehanded.
Okay.
And that's why people die so young.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. Going back to the actual pizza discussion
Yeah.
here, and I'm going to talk to Kimmy because she doesn't eat pizza with a knife and fork.
Well, you know how she eats.
You
Like it's
bitch.
January 6th, man. She attacks the damn thing. It's devastating when it's all over. People trying to explain things. This barricade's knocked over.
Here's the thing about you eating. Side note, you eating with a fork and knife. Like, you have to go out of your way to ask for that if you're eating it in store, like in the restaurant.
Excuse me?
Yes.
They're not giving you a fork and
Well, no,
knife with your
Pizzeria
pizza.
Uno had the utensils there because you sat down and ate at the table.
Yeah, but that's because you could get like different foods
Yeah.
like pasta. They didn't have it
just
for the
salads and
pizza,
stuff
you
like that.
bitch.
Usually I get a salad with
But
it.
if you're
So
at somebody's house eating pizza, you're requesting a fork and knife.
no, you do a little salad, you do a little pizza, you have a little cocktail. It's nice.
Kimmy, when it comes to styles,
Excuse me for being sophisticated, not eating like a goddamn animal.
you're not sophisticated. You can barely speak English.
Look at my gloves.
Kid can't even read. Kimmy,
Yeah.
when it comes to styles of pizza, if we were to do a power ranking styles of pizza in Rochester, right? So number one is obviously what you
Like
would call
New York style.
Well, Rochester style pizza, right?
Just a
Rochester
standard.
style.
Yeah, standard
flat.
Rochester pizza is one.
Yeah.
Okay, if we're gonna go New York style, Detroit style, which is the one cooked in a pan, Chicago style, what at 2, 3, 4? Where do those fall in your?
I think
mind?
you'd go
Rochester one.
Chicago next.
So
I'm
you
not,
would-
like a huge. I don't know if I've really ever had an authentic Detroit style pizza.
Really? Because where's that place? Pizza Wizard is known
Yeah,
for
I've
here
had
in
that, and it's
Rochester?
good. Is that close to like the real thing? I
I've
don't
never
know
had it
what
'cause
the
I
real
d-
thing looks like.
I despise Detroit style pizza. It's just a loaf of bread with sauce on it. What's wrong with you people?
No, Pizza Wizard's good.
I'm
So
not.
I
I'm
like
not.
that.
No, look. I'm not saying Pizza Wizard's bad. I've never
Yeah.
had it before. I cannot comment. But Detroit style pizza is.
It's like what they used to call a tomato pie.
It's the stupidest idea.
yeah.
It's just,
It's bread and it's very got a lot of bread.
Yeah,
to
it's
it.
like, hey, you like sponges? Try some cheese on it.
Well, there's also, and I don't know if you qualify if we could throw this in there too, but Sicilian style pizza. You know, it's like a thick.
Yeah.
But that
I
you
mean,
can
I
get like in
do-
a sheet.
I do enjoy that pizza too.
What about the super thin, like fancy pizzas that you can get at like them Pittsford restaurants?
Yeah, those are hit or miss. Like sometimes you get them and they're good. Sometimes they're
Yeah.
like burnt on a bum. It's like eating a cracker.
Or they're soggy.
Yeah, I'm not a. Unless
If
it's
it's
done
cooked
right.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so if
I
we're
do not agree with you on this, but you're right. If it's cooked perfectly, that's the best.
But it's rare.
yeah.
wait, that's the best if it's cooked
I
perfectly?
I love like a thin style pizza, but if it's done right.
I like the standard, like the Rochester standard regular pizza.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's
That's
my number
like
one.
that's the one I'm gonna go for.
Yeah, but like number two, I mean, I love Chicago style pizza, but I think that's got to be done right too.
And I just don't think about it all that often.
And you also can't eat it all that often because it's
Yeah.
so damn heavy.
Yes.
Like if you get one Chicago style pizza a year, that seems like enough Chicago style
like
pizza.
you know how with a regular pizza, you could just keep scarfing slices
Yes.
of
Yeah.
pizza. With Chicago style, it's like
No.
one and done. It's like you eat that slice and you are full.
Yeah.
Like your stomach's like, please do not consume another slice of this.
So I mean, maybe that's what dooms Pizzeria Uno, right? Is you could only
Yeah.
have one before
Yeah.
you're done
Yeah.
eating it. But I think another reason why, because again, I always enjoyed Pizzeria Uno as a restaurant. The food was good.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
They had a full bar in there and stuff, and
And-
the atmosphere was cool.
Sorry.
Atmosphere.
Sorry.
My lips are cold.
He needs lip gloves.
You guys.
Do they make?
Oh
them?
wait, you need lip gloves?
Yeah, I would love some lip gloves.
You should Google them. Kimmy, I do think another factor that plays into Pizzeria Uno closing is the fact that outside of like the thin crust fancy date pizzas, when's the last time you sat down at a restaurant?
Yeah, to eat a pizza.
Like it seems like when Pizza Hut got rid of their buffet and their sit down area,
Yeah.
that we as Americans decided we were only going to eat our pizza inside our house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right?
yeah. I can't think of
Yeah,
maybe
I
if
guess like that wood-fired pizza kind of
yeah,
took
that
over.
would
That's
be
what I'm
it.
talking
at a
about.
restaurant.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
those are like normally, I mean, not higher.
those aren't pizza joints.
And they're not high end, but they're higher end than
Yes,
like a
they are.
standard, like,
Yeah.
you know.
They get that fancy little pizza oven. You can see the guy working.
Which, by the way, quick sidebar: if you're a big guy
Mm-hmm.
and you go out to one of those places, request a table as far away from the pizza
Oh,
oven
what?
as possible.
From that blast furnace,
Bro, it's ridiculous. Like my wife and I
it's
went
like
to.
you're working in a steel mill.
What's the joint that's right next to Boulder Coffee in the South?
Oh, Napa?
Is it Napa?
I think
makes
so.
sense.
I think this is the one we went to. So like we just got sat right next to it, and I was
Oh, yeah, it's
sweating.
roasted.
I was sweating.
Well, that thing's probably like 1,000 degrees.
Brutal.
Yeah.
But like I don't know, like why did we decide as Americans that we no longer wanted to go out and eat pizza? Because some of my best childhood memories are sitting at a Pizza Hut, having a large pizza drop down in front of the family, and just scarfing that.
I
thing.
think
Well-
as soon as they started to deliver them pizzas, the game was over.
But deliveries existed for 50 years.
Not
Yeah.
like it is now.
Okay.
I think it was Domino's was like the original, like, hey, man, it'll be there in 30 minutes.
30 minutes or it's free, and then they kept finding out that Domino's pizza delivery guys were running red lights, so they had to stop that promotion.
But I think that's what broke the going out.
I think Pizza Hut also thrived on the, what was it, Book It? The Book It club for your kids.
When we all lied about the books we read and got free pizza?
But, like, you got to, that was the only time I remember going there to eat was when, like, my parents knew I was getting a free pizza out of it.
There are lots of things about being a teenager today that is harder than when we were kids, which sucks.
Oh.
But the thing that sucks the most about teenagers in the modern era is they don't get to cut class and go to Pizza Hut buffet in the middle of a weekday. Pizza Hut buffet
Tough to come by.
It was the greatest thing that ever happened to me.
It was the decline of American education.
Between 14 and 18 years old, the amount of Pizza Hut buffet I consumed could, like, feed a small country's army.
I don't think I discovered the Pizza Hut buffet until I was, like, a young adult. And but this like, what have I been missing out on?
Like, if you go to South Korea, no Pizza Huts.
Shut up.
No, that's why they're doing so good in education.
I'm sure. No, because, like, Asian countries love KFC and Pizza Hut.
They don't understand the cheese, bro.
What do you...
They don't get the cheese.
Yeah, we didn't really have a Pizza Hut near me growing up. I think the closest one was maybe Spencer.
No, there was one right where. Oh God, what is it? It's not Dewey near the Walmart, the old Wegmans.
That was like one of the first ones to close.
It was. Well, it was open when I was in high school because there was a point. I'm not exaggerating. Where me and my buddies we would go play basketball like every day in the summer down in like Carter Park in Greece or Charlotte. There was a time.
Thank you. Time.
Where we were going to Pizza Hut buffet 3 times a week.
Oh my God! The funniest thing about Pizza Hut is they have such a unique design, the buildings, that when they close and somebody else goes in there, it's always going to look like a Pizza Hut.
You're right.
Like, I don't know. It's that unique looking structure that they came up with.
Like, the best part is there's an insurance company. What's the one with the frog? It's like a local one.
Oh, yeah.
What other locations of Pizza Hut? You're not fooling anybody, buddy.
No.
I wonder if it still smells like pizza in there.
It would have to.
That would be enough for me to change my insurance provider.
Because pizza smell, I just think, will never go away. It just, if it's in a building, it's into the structure itself. It's into the studs.
I think that's one of the, like, you know, I've worked in restaurants before where you get sick of the food from smelling it.
Yeah.
I think pizza is the one where you'll never get sick of it.
Pizza and donuts, you will never get sick of. Like, those two smells are just awesome.
Especially when you're eating them with a knife and fork.
Oh, that's the best, buddy. You class.
We'll take one call, 252 WCMF. Again, Pizzeria Uno has closed their last location in the Rochester area. Webster is no more. Dan's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Danny boy, how are you, buddy?
All right, guys. Do you remember, wasn't the personal pan pizza, wasn't that the Chicago style?
No, you idiot. Chicago style is like a lasagna. Personal pan is like a little thicker crust but smaller.
Oh, that's it? Oh, I thought that's what that was. I guess I was wrong.
Well, you're ordering the wrong pizza, Dan.
Well, I got a great idea, though.
What's that, Dan?
What's that, Rocky?
Shut up.
You were saying, Dan?
Sorry.
Bullwinkle ass.
I was going to say, I had a great idea. I figured Pat's mom's personal Dan pizza, and it comes with extra cheese.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
That was one of the worst dismounts ever.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's early.
Yeah.
Have a good day, guys.
You know, Dan could call later.
I know.
Or not at all.
All right, let's take a break. You know, everybody wanted to be famous when they were a kid.
Oh, sure.
And you get older and you realize it kind of seems like being famous sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And there are different
Especially when things go south.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that. But this is a guy, well, I mean, it went south when he was doing his job.
Yes, it did.
But everything afterwards just made
He
him
redeemed himself.
He did. But here's the thing. When it comes to levels of fame, based on what is going to happen today, there is no level of fame like when you die, people get to sleep in.
Yes.
And we'll explain it next here in the break room. On CMF. There are levels of fame, Tommy.
Oh, sure.
There are celebrities you have to explain to your friends, like, oh, this is where they're from.
Yeah.
Much like you guys have to do with everyone in the Bravoverse. There are household names, and there are legends that are recognizable even decades after they
globally,
left the earth. But then there is this, and this stands alone as the highest level of celebrity. Because who knew someone could have so much fame and power that when you die, people get a day off?
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
It's going to be an easy one today. Pitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And there are 7 kids who are in trouble, 5 of them in serious trouble just east of us for a crime they allegedly committed.
Yeah.
But they didn't rob a jewelry store. They didn't steal any cars. This involves a computer, their school, and what it seems they tried to do. And look, you can raise your kids telling them that you need to be honest and hardworking and not cut any corners. Or you can use the experience you had in life to be honest with them and say every once in a while, as you put it,
you got to pull a move.
Yeah, but sometimes pulling a move will put you behind bars.
I know.
We'll get to the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Today, President Jimmy Carter will have...
Wait, what happened to Jimmy?
He's dead.
What?
He will have his state funeral in Washington, D.C. So it's a tradition for presidents that pass away. The former president, who died on December 29th, has been lying in state in the Capitol since Tuesday. Today, they will have the funeral. The president will deliver the eulogy for the former president. And because a president has died, today, January 9th, 2025, is officially a national day of mourning.
Yes.
Oh.
Were you aware what goes along with a national day of mourning, Thomas and Kimmis?
Well, I'm trying to think of the last president that died was Reagan?
Nope, HW.
No. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Senior.
2018.
Senior, right.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah.
So I kind of just thought that's what they called the day. I didn't know there was anything that went into it.
So
personally.
the bank's closed?
No, okay. So all federal agencies today are closed for employees that are not absolutely necessary.
All right.
Meaning you will not be getting your mail from
So
the U.S.
non-essentials
No
done.
kidding.
Yep, no mail today
Right.
because of the day of mourning. The U.S. Supreme Court gets to sleep in. They will not see any cases. Stock markets are closed.
Oh, so the markets are closed.
You got it. However, banks will be open.
Okay.
But the funeral for the former president means there are changes that could throw you off depending on what you've had to do today.
Yeah, true.
Right? So because Jimmy Carter died,
Way to go, Jimmy.
there are people that get a free day off.
Okay.
Now, Tommy, we've seen super famous. Like Taylor Swift is one of the most recognizable people in the world.
Yeah.
Yes, yesterday, people celebrated Elvis's 90th birthday,
I saw that.
despite him having been dead for 50 years. That's famous. Even 2 of the biggest celebrities we've ever seen have never altered the schedule of citizens that never met them.
Yes.
Being president makes you so famous that when you die, people get a free vacation day.
Yeah, because the federal government goes into action, basically. Sits down.
And what makes this even more remarkable, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, it's not like Jimmy Carter died unexpectedly.
No. I mean, he's the longest living president.
100 years old.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a president who was serving and passed away suddenly, right? This isn't a day of mourning for the country to gather themselves after something tragic happened.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like, JFK was assassinated. How do we move forward? Right? This man had not served in the government since, 1980?
Yeah.
And people get the day off because he died.
Pretty impressive.
It is very impressive to have that kind of level of fame. I mean, think about it this way. Being president, even for one term, Jimmy Carter, one-term president, has such an influence that he changes today the daily life of people not only he never met, but the majority of which weren't even alive when he was serving as president.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
is this just a president thing? Like how, I guess, trying to think of like other positions that somebody could have that would call for this.
So from what I understand, and if I'm wrong, again, tell me, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, the president can declare a national day of mourning when they want.
Okay.
I think, but the tradition has been with the death of every president, there will always be a national day of mourning.
No other politician would get it.
That's what I was wondering.
Can you think of a politician that was so beloved? Well, not
But
anymore.
not president.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you wouldn't get 100% of people. to be like,
or-
"Oh,
No.
person."
And I don't think he would stop everything for like a governor.
What about like a public figure of some sort, like somebody that had a big influence on something?
But
I don't know.
the one I remember as a kid was Elvis's death.
Okay.
Like that was like, because it was shocking. He was only 42.
Sure.
And that was like a big news story because people were just flipping out over. But other than that, Like when Michael Jackson died.
That was pretty shocking.
It was pretty shocking, but I don't remember like it's stopping
everything.
Like I don't remember watching it constantly on TV. Maybe.
Really, I was. Really?
I remember when they moved his body. I remember you saw that.
That was also your empty house, drunken life period.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? No, I thought, okay, I forgot about that one.
All right, so probably like.
Although you're not doing a National Day of Mourning for Michael Jackson.
No, because of that, yeah. Right, because there was so much history there.
Too much controversy.
So I'm trying to think of the next celebrity that could croak, that it would really shock.
Where like everybody would be going to.
Like a universally like light person. That would be Tom Hanks. You know, he already lost his house yesterday.
I think Tom Hanks is old enough where it wouldn't stop the world.
No, but he's so beloved.
No,
like, I think
it would have to be I think Pat's point is it would have to be so shocking. There'd have to be a shock factor along with the level of fame and influence.
Okay, I think we could break it down like this. With looking at ones in the past. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about President Jimmy Carter. His state funeral is today. The president will be giving the eulogy, as is tradition. And, again, as is tradition, the president has declared a national day of mourning, which means that this man, Jimmy Carter, who was not served in office since 1950, the majority of Americans were not even alive when he was president, right? And, in fact, most Americans cannot tell you a single thing about his presidency. I would argue he's most known right now for Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I wonder how old he was when he was president. Was he in his 40s?
He looks young.
Well, yeah, but he looks young because now he looks like a piece of driftwood.
Well, yeah, he's 100, man.
So did he live
You guys
longer?
look exactly the same, by the way, and he's 100 years old. And you're 96 years old.
He was 52 when he was president.
So he almost lived just as long after the presidency.
Yeah. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Okay, so because it's a federal day of mourning, National Day of Mourning, federal agencies are closed, which means this guy is so famous, people are getting days off.
Peanuts are half price.
That is not true. Don't go to Wegmans and say Tommy Muley said peanuts are half price. Okay, so let's think about, you brought up Elvis, like people that were so famous it stopped the world when they died.
And like no matter what you thought politically or anything else, they cut across all lines.
John Lennon, was he that guy?
No, John Lennon was very controversial.
No, I understand he was controversial.
Yes, but Lennon probably was the one. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
His death was so shocking, it shocked the world.
Yeah, you know, it's announced on Monday Night Football. He's got that area in Central Park that people go to every year. So
Strawberry Fields.
Lennon might be the biggest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so if we have John Lennon, Elvis, and Michael Jackson as the three biggest celebrities in the last 40 years that stopped the world when they died, if we're using John Lennon, Elvis, and Michael Jackson as our barometer.
That's what you got to hit.
What celebrity today, God forbid, could shockingly suddenly pass away where the world would stop?
One of the royals.
Well, he would. Who?
One of the royals.
The younger ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But
okay, I'm going to say, I don't mean to sound weird. I don't really care if the
I don't. You know, once the Queen
think
croaked,
about how that would affect the world.
No, but like once the Queen croaked, like to me, their stock went way down.
You don't think that if something happened to like Prince William or something, people would.
You think the majority of Americans would care?
Look at the way that people were with Princess Diana.
Yeah, but that's another one. That's a good one.
Yeah, so she was another global icon.
Right.
And she was gorgeous.
But it wasn't so much she was a royal, like all the work that she did outside.
Right. Like she stuck it to him.
Yeah.
Her son, who's in line for the throne, something happened to him. You don't think that would be like the
It would be big.
biggest
But I don't
thing?
think it would be Elvis big.
All right, let me ask you a
I'd
question.
say
I think
Taylor
it would
Swift
also be
would be
big
the one.
because of his mother, you know?
I think he's right about Taylor Swift. Kimmy, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
On the same day, Prince William, God forbid, and Taylor Swift die in separate shocking incidents out of nowhere. Which one has the top of the paper?
Well, probably Taylor Swift.
Okay, so
she
that
just
tells
has more
you.
of a fan base.
All right, I got another one for you.
Probably. Actually, I don't know though. Globally, I don't know.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
But Prince William doesn't go from city to city and sell 80,000 tickets seven times.
Think about it. People from here were going to Europe because her tickets were cheaper in Europe.
That's a good point.
I got one for you. Tom Brady.
No.
A shocking death of Tom Brady.
No, but you said
It'd all be shocking.
You said he would have to be internationally beloved. Most people hate Tom Brady.
No, but would you still stop? Because like people also love to hate Tom Brady.
Now, if I was on the treadmill, I'd keep running. I'll tell you that.
Okay, all right.
Like if Taylor Swift died, I would stop running on the treadmill. If Tom Brady died, like, oh man, that's too bad.
What about like Peyton Manning or somebody like nice?
No, because again, like they're not old, but they're not in their prime.
No,
cut down in their prime.
All right.
John Lennon cut down in his prime.
True.
Elvis cut down in his prime. Michael Jackson not so much, but he was preparing for another world tour.
Yes.
Princess Diana prime.
Oh yeah, prime time. Yeah.
It's got to be prime. And I feel like maybe Beyonce, like outside of Beyonce, Taylor Swift, what's another celebrity who are in the middle of the biggest thing they're doing?
Yeah, like the pinnacle.
I think that's.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Can you think of anybody else?
No. I'm trying to think of like actors and stuff like that.
I mean, maybe like an athlete like Patrick Mahomes. That would probably.
LeBron James.
But again,
LeBron. That's a good one.
LeBron's global.
Yeah.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes not global.
Right. All right.
Shohei Ohtani's global, and I really like Shohei Ohtani, but I feel like I wouldn't be devastated.
What about, he's not in his prime, but he's still out there, Tiger Woods. Like, he still stops traffic. He still draws a crowd. Even when he can play the PGA,
but he
they still follow him
Okay.
when he's in last place.
I mean, but think about, like, he was in that terrible car accident a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I mean, not that people didn't care, but he had so much controversy
baggage.
leading
All
up
right.
to that moment.
So too much baggage kills you.
Well, let's put it this way. Not to sound, I'm with you, Kimmy, not to sound like crass.
Yeah.
But, like, if he died in a terrible way, it wouldn't be the most shocking thing
Yeah,
in the world.
well, because of all that's happened.
Exactly.
All right.
Like, no, I'll tell you.
The first thing people said was, well, what was he on? What was, you know what I mean? Like, people were looking for a reason why it happened.
Let me say this. If he had died in that first incident with his wife in the golf club,
Yeah.
that would have been that
Okay,
moment.
yeah.
Right?
So he had it and he blew it, man.
Man. Okay. Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. By the way, real quick, Jeff wrote Kobe Bryant. Does he qualify there?
That was shocking.
That was a
when
big one, but I don't remember it being, and it was a horrible story.
It was
but
terrible
I don't
too
remember
because
it.
kids died. I mean, there were like
Yeah.
a
His
whole
daughter was
group
in
of
that
people.
helicopter. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I really wish I hadn't brought that up.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And you can do things the right way.
Yep.
Or you can do things the right way.
Oh.
There are 7 kids, 5 of which that are in serious trouble after an incident just east of us involving a computer, their school, and what it seems they tried to do. And you want to tell your kids that working hard and not cutting corners
gotta do it.
and being honest is what makes you a successful person.
Yeah.
However, I mean, if you live life,
Yeah.
you know that's not always the case.
Yeah.
We'll get into the story. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. it's important to raise your kid with honesty.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Work hard.
Yep.
Do it right.
Be a good person.
That's what we were told.
Character.
Would get us ahead when we grew up.
Yeah.
And then you grow up and you experience life and you learn that cutting corners, lying, and cheating can also get you ahead.
Oh, yeah.
So what do you do if your kid and their friends cut corners, lie, and cheat so bad that the police are now involved?
That's not good.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. But it is Thursday.
Yeah.
I highly encourage everybody within access to YouTube, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com or Twitch, to log on to the app, The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube and Twitch.
Why, what's going on today? We getting somebody come in? Some celebrity?
No. You added the hat, too.
Of course. It all goes together, right? He didn't have time to put the hat on before, apparently.
I didn't think it would work over my headphones. So it's a little dicey.
Kimmy, can you describe what Tommy is currently wearing?
No. I mean, you look like you're dressed up. You look like you're going to be you look like a theater kid. Like you are playing a part in a play later on today.
Yeah, he looks like
he's in Newsies.
He's going to sell me a newspaper for 2 cents. Tommy is wearing leather driving gloves with the knuckles cut out of them.
Italian style.
He is wearing a flowy, not warm scarf around his neck. He is wearing what looks like a baseball version of a
old-timey baseball hat hybrid.
Detective hat.
It's an Irish cap.
It's not, though.
It was made in Ireland.
Yeah, for suckers. Yeah, the Italians buy these. Here you go, stupid.
Yeah, I got it at McSuckers.
Okay. Wait, your mom was there?
This you know what's so funny?
What's that?
Is that this outfit that has you so thrown off, you can't even get to my shoes.
No. Well, your shoes are the most normal part about your outfit today.
But only today.
No, it's like when you go out with your ugliest friends where you look handsome by comparison.
You almost look like you should be wearing tap shoes or some sort of dance shoe.
You look like...
I'm very dashing today.
You look like the homeless lady in the park from Home Alone 2.
Where's your pigeon?
When you want to hurt someone in this room...
Hey, what do you do?
You can't call them short or stupid or say one of the 40 things that have been coming out of our mouth all morning. But it's just a dam of jokes in my head that they're all stuck together and they can't get out. You look like such an idiot. And the headphones are the piece de resistance. The piece de resistance. You look like Howard Hughes' sick kid.
That's what I mean. Like, there's so many different characters you can be with all these accessories.
That's a hell of an outfit.
Except for a funny, talented radio personality.
There are different decades you're representing here.
I'm like a tree, that's grown over time. It's seen everything.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Pat Duffy, I'm so jealous of dashing Tommy this morning because he's so cool with his hipster Italian racing gloves because I'm a non-dashing little bitch.
I know I've said this before, but this is true. You've never looked dumber in your life than you look right now.
Stick around, baby.
And I did a naked show with you.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
We take all your bitch voices. We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. WCMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Pat Duffy, I'm dressed like an unemployed Zamboni driver this morning because I'm just a busted Zamboni driving little bitch.
If I was unemployed, how would I be a Zamboni driver?
Well, you're looking for work.
It
down the hall.
Makes me feel good. Ooh.
Hall goes many ways.
I want to rub my mouth, be a tough guy, but I got an opportunity to stand up and say something. I won't because I'm a scared ass dumbass bitch.
We lived in New Jersey, and they rented a place down on the shore for the summer. And so I remember going.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was a bungalow.
A bungalow? Shut up, Hef.
My name's Tommy, and I'm a little bitch because the only cookie I want is frosted fennel because I'm not a cookie-eating bitch.
I'm Pat Duffy. I won't eat Tommy's ziti because I'm afraid it's going to have Tommy's little hands in it, and I'm going to get grossed out because I'm a non-ziti eating Tommy preparing little bitch.
Yeah, all of that is true.
I bought my first rental property on Park Ave when I was 26 or 7. And
I'm rental Rob.
Why?
I'm going to take
Are we scared? Are we scared?
No.
I'm already sending my excuse. My name's Tommy, and I'm sending my excuse for why I was wrong because this is my secret way of making toothpicks when I'm actually making toothpicks. I'm a scared-ass, pick-ass, little bitch-ass pick.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
You look like the assistant to every bad guy in every Indiana Jones movie. This story comes from just east of us.
What happened?
7 teenagers that attend Liverpool High School just outside of Syracuse are facing criminal charges after authorities say they hacked into and tampered with the high school's online portal.
Oh my God, this is like the dream come true for
they make
every
movies
kid.
about this.
Yes.
Every 80s movie is.
They
about
always
it.
work this like into the story.
So for the Tommies of the world, the portal is used to input grades, keep track of discipline issues for students at school.
So you can clean your record up.
Yes, think of it as a digital permanent record.
Yeah.
The investigation started in November after the school brought the police in when they noticed some discrepancies. Now, police say no grades have been changed. However, discipline files were accessed and some data was altered.
Mm.
The seven teenagers were arrested in late December, and the school, along with the police, are taking this very seriously.
Very seriously. These are very serious charges.
Let me put it this way. Of the 7 teenagers, 5 of them are facing felony computer trespass and tampering charges. Let me say that again. 5 of these teenagers are facing felony charges for allegedly getting into their high school's online portal.
On top of that, also, double secret probation. And I've alerted all your draft boards that you're all eligible for military service.
In that outfit, that's a draft for World War I. Now, we're not entirely sure what the punishment would be for an underage kid that's convicted of a felony, right? But this sounds pretty intense.
Sounds pretty serious.
All right, so you have these allegations. And if they're true, these kids are obviously somewhere they should not be. Mm-hmm. They got access illegally to something they should not have had.
They figured out how to do it.
Okay, put a pin in that because we're going to loop back around. And look, Tommy, they could have messed with their grades. They may have messed with other information that could have helped them or hurt other kids. Do you have a problem with 5 of these kids facing a felony charge? Why?
I don't think you need to blow up a kid's life for this.
Okay.
Because this is going to ruin their life, and they're dumb kids. And any kid, me, you, the best kid in school had access to this. We'd all do it, man. No, it was a dream come true.
There are kids that know how to do this, and they don't.
No, but if you could, if it fell into your lap, we'd all. It was a fantasy, man. And to like ruin a kid's life over this, I think that's criminal.
Okay, What, are you running for office in Chicago in 1917? I think that's criminal.
No, but don't you
vote Muley? As then he gets into his open-air Model T.
Those are so cool.
Yeah, did it come with those gloves, you stupid bitch?
I want to get some driving goggles.
Shut up.
You know those old-timey ones?
Look. You go back, you say this is a fantasy. There are lots of fantasies high school kids can have that will put you behind bars. So the idea of it's a fantasy does not automatically make you immune from charges.
I don't think you need to blow up a young man or a young woman's life for doing stupid teenage stuff where there was no actual damage done physically to anything.
We don't know that. It says they did alter something.
No, I'm saying like you didn't break windows, you didn't hurt people.
Wait, you want them to face felony charges for breaking windows but not hacking into the school?
The crime was they tried to outsmart the system.
Right, okay.
But they knew
everybody that does their taxes pulls this move.
Yeah, and if you get caught, you go to jail.
Nah, you pay a fine.
Kimmy.
How many people you think go to jail for tax evasion or people that fudge on their taxes?
Just the poor ones. Kimmy.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with 5 of these kids facing a felony?
I mean, yeah. It shouldn't be easy enough to do where a high school kid can do it.
Okay.
So I think that they do expose things.
When they did you a favor, actually.
When people do this, and I don't think it's that uncommon for a kid to try.
Right. They're kids.
Like, I vaguely remember in high school, the kid getting in trouble for trying to get into a teacher's computer. They were unsuccessful because they got caught.
Okay.
But I got to figure, like, if that happened when I was in school, like, it probably happens once a year minimum.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If this is your kid, one of these 7 kids that allegedly got into this high school's online portal where they have the grades and the records and all that stuff, what would you do to punish them? Because it is, we talked about how this was every fantasy, every 80s movie, right? Mm-hmm. You could see this as kids being dishonest, cheating, lawbreakers, which is what the school and the police say they are.
All right.
You could also see this as kids using unconventional ways to make their situation better.
Yes.
And that's what you're...
They got to be a certain... They have They have to be pretty smart. I just assume a kid that can pull this off and, figures out a way to do it, like, they got to be smart kids.
Okay, so you guys are both assuming that these kids are intelligent and that's why they did it.
Yeah. To some extent,
okay.
Yeah.
Because it could be as simple as a teacher leaving their password and username out, and one kid be like, ooh, Tommy, not well, but can still read. All he would have to do is grab that and log in on their stuff.
Sure.
So
all right.
You're right. You guys are all thinking War Games, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, any other Matthew Broderick movie from the 80s. Right? But this could be,
they never locked that kid up.
This could be how about that kid almost started a global thermonuclear war and he just went home that day. Hey, you want a hot dog? Here you go, Matthew Broderick. Also, not the worst thing Matthew Broderick ever did. But I digress. Where that hat came from. I
feel like there should be a punishment, but I don't know if to Tommy's point, like, should this be something that haunts this kid forever?
Well, but we don't know it'll haunt him forever. I mean, if they're minors, their record is clean when they turn 18, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't
know how it works.
I can't have a serious conversation with this stupid outfit that you have on.
Should this affect? Okay, so if some of these kids eventually want to move on, go to college, whatever, further their education, should it affect that? Like, should this prevent them from ever moving on, and should it affect their future to that extent?
All right, I'll ask you this question.
All right.
Timothy.
Yeah.
If a college saw this, because, I mean, look, it is a crime.
Yeah.
And said,
I would assume, like, it would make it very tough for them moving forward.
Okay, and they said, we don't want to take someone with this kind of ethical thing. Would it bother you the college wouldn't take them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it shouldn't.
Well, because it would be up to the colleges. It would be the college's decision. So you're arguing this should be hidden from people that can make decisions about their lives down the road.
But I'm saying, like, there should be some sort of punishment through the school.
Okay.
But I just don't think it should define that kid.
Yeah, I think it should stay at the school. I don't think it should affect their future. So, like, if you want to affect something in the school now, that's where it should stay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got folks waiting on hold. There are 7 kids who were arrested. They attend Liverpool High School outside of Syracuse, just east of us. They are facing criminal charges after they hacked into, according to police, and tampered with the school's online portal. 5 of those teenagers are facing felony computer trespassing charges, and we don't know what that punishment entails. The school says grades were not changed, but there was other information that was accessed and stuff was messed with, just not the grades. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Michelle. Hello, Michelle. You're on CMF.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? Kimmy, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
So my son was 17, sitting in class one day at school, bored, and from his cell phone decided to shut down the whole school district's IT department by spamming them with empty files. They couldn't figure it out where it was coming from. The IT department couldn't figure it out. Monroe County Sheriff couldn't figure it out. FBI got involved.
FBI?
Well, I mean, look, this could be coming from somewhere. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He committed a federal crime, but because of his age, they didn't prosecute him. He got instant suspension, and they said if he got in any more trouble within 5 years, they were bringing up those charges against him.
Okay.
So he dodged a bullet.
How long ago was this, Michelle?
This was 9 years ago.
Okay. So it's been a while. Did he keep his nose clean, Michelle?
Yeah, he better have.
Now, Michelle, let me ask you this. If they had decided to charge your son with legitimate crimes, would you have tried to fight that? Would you have thought that was unfair?
No.
That's his mom, bro.
You're going to hang your kid.
You know what? You do the crime, you do the time.
Yeah!
And if it's a hard lesson to learn, then it's a hard lesson to learn, but he's going to learn.
I mean, I don't disagree.
Yeah, but that follows him for the rest of his life. What did he learn?
Don't do that.
He blew up his future as a kid. Are you going to tell me, Michelle, you never did anything stupid besides his phone?
Of course I did. We all did. But some of us were smart enough not to get caught.
Oh, you're one of these holier than thou.
No, that's not what she said. She said some of us were smart enough to not get caught.
Yeah, she sounds like a genius.
Well, she got a son that's a genius, according to you, because he hacked into the mainframe, man. Rounders, man.
He does cybersecurity now, and he's all self-taught. Not one day of college did that man take.
All right.
Not one.
Not one day of college did that man take. You sound like Yoda, Michelle.
These kids are smarter than the parents think.
Well, and that's what's so funny about this.
I didn't know my son could do that from his cell phone.
Hey, Michelle, thank you for the call. I really appreciate the story. I'm glad your son's doing well.
Yeah.
That's what's funny about this, right? Like, we're getting a lot of Facebook messages of people saying, these kids, they're bright kids, and you shouldn't punish them, and you got to exploit what they're doing here. These kids know this stuff better than adults do.
Yes, they do.
Oh, yeah.
Not because they're brilliant, just because they've grown up on it.
Yeah.
Right? Let's say these kids did manage.
It's their normal.
Exactly. So if it is their normal, and a lot of kids have the ability to do this, these 7 should be made an example of.
I understand that, but where does that end? Where does it end?
Shut
Where
up.
does it end?
How? You're trying to have a serious conversation in that stupid effing outfit.
I put this hat on. I feel smarter.
I will say this. I'm sorry. Real quick. We got folks writing us on Twitter, for example. Kate writes, Tommy looks like he's going to clean chimneys. Andrea writes, Tommy looks like he's directing a community theater all-senior citizen production of Hair.
Very specific.
But Kimmy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
So, okay, let's say something like this happens because of, teacher or school administrator error. Like they left something open for somebody to see or they didn't take the necessary precautions. Should that person be punished?
Ooh, it's a good question.
Well, he's negligent.
Okay, but...
Because I guess if you're going to punish, the kids for getting into it, should the person that kind of left it open, like the window open there, should that person also face some sort of punishment? I don't know.
It's a valid question, and I'll answer that question by asking another question. Mm-hmm. We've seen over the last year, there's been a bunch of cars in Pittsford that were stolen, high-end luxury vehicles, because those owners left the keys in the car. The people that were arrested for those car thefts, should the owners of those cars be arrested for leaving their keys in the car?
No.
So there's your answer.
Okay.
I mean, but think about it,
checkmate, bitch!
Wait, though. But if you're at a place where you work,
yeah,
and we did something stupid that led to somebody hacking into our system,
sure,
you're telling me that employee wouldn't face?
We'd be fired.
Yeah, I think that's where it would end.
Yeah, but that's just it. We wouldn't face. I mean, okay, so you're saying.
So
human error is not going to lead to criminal.
Okay, you're
charge
right. No, you're right.
I'm not saying like
you're right.
the person that potentially left something open would go to jail, but. Would their employer come down on them?
Okay,
look,
I guess I would be. I guess that's fair. That would be a fair thing to do.
Click the link in an email. Tell me, press the link. That's if our engineer said, "Do not open this email. Do not click the link," and that's the first thing Tommy does.
And then he's
gonna get in trouble.
He gets an email with a link that says "stupidest looking outfit you've ever seen." Ooh, I got to get me one of these. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about these 7 kids out just outside of Syracuse. 5 of them facing felony charges after they allegedly accessed the high school portal by illegal means. No grades changed, but they did access files and alter some things. Skyler's on CMF. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. Happy New Year, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So I'm thinking, if they get out, I don't know, if they put the kid through the ringer or whatever, and then his name goes public, or there's going to be bad guys wanting to hire him.
The bad guys?
Yeah, you know what I mean? If he's that smart, there's somebody going to want to have him hack into something and make a job out of it.
Okay. Or if you don't...
Corporate espionage.
Or if you don't punish them and they don't face any punishment, they could do that just on their own.
True.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I mean, why wouldn't the government, if that kid's that smart to mess up that much stuff, why wouldn't the government take him under his wing and give the kid a freaking job?
Because not every thing in the world is every movie we've ever seen, Skyler. I mean, guy, you're just reciting plots of movies, guys, over and over again.
I don't even watch TV. It's nonsense. Where's my driving gloves? I'm out of here.
Skyler, good to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay.
All right.
We haven't even gotten to the main part of this conversation that I wanted to talk about.
What's that?
Right? Because, look, it's a good discussion around the room, back and forth.
Sure.
I don't know if there is a right answer. I understand where you guys are coming from. But now comes, as a parent, how you're supposed to feel. Because I understand you would not want your kid to go to jail, and even if you thought they did something terrible, you would fight to keep them
You want to
free.
protect your kid.
Absolutely, protect their future. But when it comes to the lessons they should learn and how they live their lives, these kids, I guess, were dishonest in what they were trying to do.
Obviously, yes.
Do you raise your kid with hard work and honesty get you where you need to be? Or are you honest with them and let them know that sometimes, as you put it, pulling a move gets you ahead. I see you guys on hold. Give me 180 seconds. We'll drop this song. We'll come right back and get into it again here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. like, I'm not surprised by your take here, Tommy, because you are this kid. This is your fantasy. The only way you were going to actually legitimately graduate from high school was doing what these kids
You have to lie.
I am surprised by Kimmy's take here. And I feel like we may have corrupted you. Like 10 years ago, you would have had a different take on this story.
Like I said, I just kind of assumed kids have always tried this.
Yeah, they're going to push the
nothing
envelope.
new.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you're just joining us, we're jumping back into a conversation we've been having. 7 kids east of us, just outside of Syracuse, have been arrested. And I say kids, they're teenagers, after authorities say they hacked into and tampered with the high school's online portal. That would be where you input grades, discipline issues, things like that. The investigation started in November. Police say no grades were changed. However, discipline files were accessed and data was changed. The 7 were arrested in late December, and the school and police are taking it very seriously. 5 of the 7 teenagers arrested are facing felony computer trespass and tampering charges. Tommy, you say this is BS.
Yes.
You're ruining these kids' lives.
Yes.
Kimmy, you say the potential punishment is excessive.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it should follow them forever.
Okay. Mike writes us. If they had access to edit records, they had to log in with someone else's account, most likely an administrator. My guess is the administrator had a weak password or it was written. The problem is they had access to the entire district's data, addresses, phone numbers, email. Data is worth a boatload of money. He makes a good point.
Okay. But they didn't do any of that. They didn't sell the data.
How do you know?
Well, that would have been on the chart.
Well, how do you know they weren't going to try? But Again, I cannot have a serious conversation with you with what you're wearing. You look like an idiot. You know what you look like?
Jimmy Carter?
No. You look like the little toady from A Christmas Story for the bully. Remember, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh.
He wore the same gloves. Give me your second. I'm sorry.
I also, did you say there were 7 total kids?
7 total, 5 facing a felony.
Because not all of them knew how it worked, but they were just there probably
hanging out.
for support.
Yeah, change mine.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we are getting a key.
There had to be other kids that just kind of got sucked into it because that was their buddy.
Yeah.
Leading the way.
We are getting a key detail that we did not have that may change opinion. All right. At Vex Patriarch, who listens to the show on a daily basis, and we love him, and also has a Syracuse connection, says an employee of the district, this is in the story, an employee of the district gave the students their login information. So these were not brilliant hackers. These are kids that just had the info.
Okay.
So how did they get it? Somebody just gave it to them?
Liverpool school employee linked to student break-in of online portal no longer works for the district.
Oh, so she.
Or he.
Or he.
I'm sorry, I don't have
quite
time.
possibly could have given.
So it sounds like they got access through an employee.
Or a former employee.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't have time. I'm sorry, I don't have time to read the whole story here. I just got this information.
Listen, it doesn't change my opinion.
Of course it doesn't, because you don't want to look like an idiot.
No,
well,
but
I don't think it really does either, because you handed
if
over
you
that
attempted-
information to a bunch of teenagers.
If somebody dropped that in my lap and I had access, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, but you're a bad kid. You
Yes,
were a
I'm
bad kid.
But treating a bad kid like that doesn't make it any better on the kid. You gotta give people an out. You gotta give people. What's the sense of just holding people down forever? What good does that do for a child?
No, you're right, Kimmy. You should let that kid who keeps doing bad, dickish things get away with it.
Oh,
not get
so
away.
They don't grow up to be
get away.
Spoiled ass,
Okay,
hypocritical.
we all know Tommy would never be able to pull this off.
No, but I'm saying that this ass who sits across from me in those stupid ass gloves did a whole bunch of stuff wrong, and he was never held accountable for it.
I got in trouble.
No,
I
didn't.
I got demerits. I got
demerits. Oh no, demerits at
I got
your
suspended.
$15,000 a year school.
What's interesting to me.
Oh no, what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We went fishing.
What I'm saying is he never was held accountable. Therefore, he grew into this guy who just did whatever he wanted because he knew no punishment was. No, you didn't.
Well, most of them.
No,
the ones I knew about.
All those extra talent, extra tax money gets you that dynamite outfit. You look like a man who's evading taxes, trying to put on a disguise with the government looking for him. Kimmy, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's interesting to me here is that if it's true, if an employee did give these students login information, that means like these were trusted students at one point.
This teacher was either a disgruntled employee or someone who had a relationship with students. There's 1,000 things that could be happening.
Yeah, it could go either way.
Okay, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I see you guys sitting on hold. I want to get to the actual crux of this conversation.
Okay.
So, like you said, you have the allegations of these kids getting into the school's digital portal.
Sure.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. If this is your kid, how do you want them punished? And how honest should you be with your kid about being honest? Because, Tommy, as much as you don't want to believe it, there are people listening to the show, and they exist in the world that have never cut corners.
I understand.
They have done it all the right way.
Mm-hmm.
They have never cheated. They have never lied to get ahead.
What did it do for you?
They have never cheated. They have never lied. Mm-hmm. They hold tight to the belief that this is how you're supposed to be as a person.
But you also have a job as a parent. Don't raise a sucker. Don't raise a sucker.
You can't.
That person gets played.
You're wearing 3 pieces of clothing that you were directly advertised on Instagram. You look like a moron, and you just said, don't raise a sucker.
Sucker.
And then the headphones. And then the headphones on top of it.
Hey, they work, don't they?
Yes, they do work.
Okay, so you're telling me that it is better to tell your kid.
Don't raise a chump.
It's hard because we've talked about the risk-taking kids that we knew in school, and they either went one way or the other. They were either super successful or you never heard from them again.
But that's every kid.
No, it's not every kid.
So I guess I don't know what the right answer is because sometimes it works out for people who take risks, you know? I don't know.
Your plan is right if you want to raise average. You want an average kid?
Okay.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But don't expect big things out of that kid.
No, that's not true.
You won't get a phone call at midnight.
Teaching your kid to do something the right way doesn't
No. I'm just saying you won't get a call at midnight, but that kid's never going to buy you a house.
That's not true.
That is not
You're just going to
true.
raise an average person.
So you think Tom
You're going to raise a forgettable person.
Oh, you think Tom Golisano's cutting corners, lying, cheating, and stealing?
I don't know how he got to
Oh, what happened? What happened?
You don't think he had to pull some moves?
I don't know. And by the way, pulling moves is such a vague statement because you say pulling moves, this story is a crime, a felony if the allegations are true. It's true. You look like you're knobbing the 2 elves from the Keebler tree in those gloves.
Keebler tree.
That would be a sizable dong on an elf.
No, I meant the finger part.
Oh, I was doing that part.
Oh.
The holes.
Yeah.
Where I would grip the...
By the way, you had time in the break to take this off.
Well, no, because we extended the break.
I don't think he's ever... I had no choice. I had to leave it on.
Yes. It's in my contract.
So you're telling me that you should look at your kid and tell them to lie, cheat, and steal?
Not directly.
Okay.
But indirectly and subtly teach your kid that don't get played.
Don't get played?
Don't get played.
You know what sounds like getting played? Doing felony jail time.
Okay. You took it too far.
Ha!
But fellas, let's dial it back here and let's work on it.
No, but here's the problem. Here's the problem with your theory because it sounds romantic what you're saying, and it allows people to justify the things that they've done wrong. And don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here.
We all do wrong.
I'm not sitting here as a choir boy. All right, I've lied, I've cheated, I've stealed to get ahead.
Is a choir boy the same thing as a choir boy?
Choir boy.
No, you said choir boy.
Did I say choir boy?
Choir boy.
Choir boy. I'm sorry. I'm a little.
Choir boy.
I'm a little thrown off.
I'm a choir boy. What? I'm a choir boy.
But
what?
You don't have a choice on how your kids use your advice.
That's true.
Because if your kid goes, oh, well, my dad, Tommy Muley, taught me, nobody gets ahead without cutting some corners, and now they're facing a felony. Guess what? That kid's life is ruined.
I know.
And it's because of the lessons you taught them. That is your fault.
But sometimes you need shady advice or dark advice to get through life. Like even my own man would tell me things that he was wrong in saying it, but did make sense.
Yeah, but are you supposed to learn those lessons from a parent?
Probably not.
Or is that one of those things where you see your kids start to do it and you just kind of look the other way? Not that you're encouraging it.
So my old man never told me directly to do it, but he would brag that he did it.
But he never punished you.
Oh, I punished.
Not to the extent that you should have been punished. Well, you got suspended from school. He
took
you out on vacation.
Yeah, because he was selfish and wanted to go on
That's
vacation.
That's my point.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Folks are waiting on hold. Again, we're talking about these 7 kids just east of us, Liverpool High School in Syracuse. 5 of them are being charged with felonies after police say they accessed the high school's online portal. They didn't change grades, but they got information. They changed some stuff on there. We now find out from one of our listeners at Vex Patriarch that an employee of the district is accused of giving the students their login information. So it's not even like a Ferris Bueller's Day Off war game situation.
Kind of fell in their lap.
Yeah, they didn't hack the mainframe. They just used it. All right, 252 WCMF 252-9263. I do want to read this tweet before we go to the phones.
Yeah.
At Rock Lockdown tweets at us, of course Tommy sides with the criminals since his past life as a villain on Wacky Racers. Kimmy did not get that one.
It was a great
It's a great joke too. Yeah. What was the name? It was the dog and who?
Muttley.
Muttley. Yeah, that was a good one. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to
Dick Dastardly.
That
was the driver.
Yes, you look just like him. Jimmy, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Yeah. Listen, you could raise your kids both ways. You teach a kid everything's right, but you could still teach your kid not to be walked on. As far as this stuff is, these are kids that got into trouble. I mean, it's not like they did it because they needed, food or money or something. I was taught right from wrong, but I was still taught not to let people walk on you and to be careful. There's people bad out there that are going to do bad things. You just move on. I was taught you walk away from trouble. I don't have a police record. I mean, I don't understand how you make.
You don't have a record?
Why you gotta hurt a man? Why you gotta hurt a man making?
No,
a good
I'm just
point?
asking. You have no record?
You gotta hurt a man making a good point. By the way, you look like you talk like that in that outfit.
I know you do.
You look like a Newfoundler. No, Jimmy, I think you make a very good point. When it comes to crimes, there are, what's the word I'm looking for? Circumstances where you will understand or not understand. And Jimmy said it. It's not like these kids did this for food or shelter. Yes, there was no, I mean, as far as we know, if the allegations are true,
don't really know.
The only desperation that
But they're kids.
Yes.
Yes. Their kids do stupid things.
And they should be punished.
Right, but to what extent?
That's what I'm asking.
Are you going to be a Jimmy your whole life, a sucker?
Ooh.
Well, you don't want, again, you don't want them to think they can get in trouble for no, it's not even a good reason. It's not like they were doing it. I mean, come on. These kids today, they get into trouble and you look at it, it's like, what are you doing?
They did that. We did the same thing. You're going to tell me you never lied to a girl, Jimmy? You would have had to.
Lied to your parents?
You never lied to your parents?
But then, okay, go ahead, Jimmy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll tell you, I didn't lie to my parents.
You're so full of crap, man.
Ever, Jimmy.
God, this is
ever.
where it kills me with these guys.
Well, I mean,
you're full of it, bro.
No, I mean, you don't. I mean, I worked. I don't understand. We were raised right. I mean, we were raised to respect our parents. Our parents loved us, and that was it. I mean, there was no. I was on my own at a young age too, though. But I mean,
they couldn't wait to get rid of you.
Oh my God! Spoiled ass rich kid is gonna yell at Jimmy.
Non-lying Jimmy, get out of here.
Let me tell you something about life, man.
Your parents and still try to get away with crap as a kid.
Every
I don't think
kid
it's like uncommon.
But there's
it doesn't make you a bad person.
But there's a difference between deceiving your parents and committing a legitimate crime, felonious crime.
No, you're right. And he's just saying he's never lied.
Like he's had this perfect life.
No, he's not saying perfect.
Yes, he is.
Jimmy talks
he's exactly saying he had a perfect life.
Jimmy
he didn't lie to his parents. He never lied to girls.
Jimmy has told us his life sucks sometimes all the time. He's just saying he's trying to do the right thing. There's a difference, right, Jimmy? I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak for you.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. You got to be careful. There are reasons, if you're trying to help someone. I knew a guy once, and he took over the steering wheel because his buddy was drunk, and the cops he got caught in it. At least he had a reason. He shouldn't have done it. He got a police record, but at least he was trying to help his buddy. I mean, these kids, from what you're saying, what was the purpose? What did they have to gain by getting in trouble? I mean, if I was a parent, I'd be more. If I was a parent, I'd say, God, what are you doing? You're going to get in trouble for what reason?
Your kid would say to you, I didn't learn it from you, Dad.
Jimmy, I got to take some more calls, but thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Clean Jimmy.
Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy? Thanks for waiting.
Morning, guys. I want to know what time is Tommy going to fight the Red Baron in his World War I biplane?
We've already done that joke.
Yeah, but it was earlier, so whatever.
Well, I like his oven gloves when he pulls out his baked fennel. But it depends on what these kids did. Do they only access their own files, or do they access files of administrators, teachers, and other students, like medical or private information? That makes the difference.
That's a great question.
Yeah,
I would be disappointed if they didn't go all in.
No, but that makes it even worse. I mean, Barber makes a good
like
point.
If they mess with somebody else's grades.
No, but
or what they know, they know about people that they should not know.
So I would be
a medical issue that's been only the administrators and the school nurse know, and now they know this kid's on lithium or something like that.
There you go, Barber. Thanks for the call, buddy. I really
lithium
appreciate
child. I would just say. I dated a chick who was on lithium.
No, but why are you a lithium child? like your actual Rose.
Like
sweet lithium child.
I would be pissed if my kid if you had access to all the good stuff and you didn't take it all.
And this is
because like if you steal, don't half-ass it. You go all in.
No,
I would
you
have changed.
idiot.
I would have changed my. I would have been selfish.
Yeah.
I would have just gotten the dirt. I would have changed all my stuff and gotten out.
Yeah, and here's the funny.
your profile would have been the one with the most dirt. Like nobody would have topped you.
Yeah, but I would have cleaned it up. Nice.
Even if being dishonest along the way could increase your odds of getting ahead, because that's your argument, right? The more dishonest you are, the better your odds of being.
I'm not saying you got to be total, but, certain critical moments in your life, you're going to have to lie.
Okay, so even if that's the... go ahead, Kimmy.
To dodge a bullet.
Yeah, I might be more upset with my kid if
really that hat looks bulletproof from here. Go ahead, Kimmy.
I'd be more upset with my kid, I think, if my kid was the one that went along with it, not the one who did it.
Oh, a chump.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah,
being led by the nose.
I think it's because you got influenced to do this. This wasn't even your idea. And I think that would bother me more as a parent, that you got talked into something.
You're running around with a bad crew.
Bunch of crumb bum creeps, what I hear.
Bunch of
lushes.
Well, no, but I mean, I understand peer pressure in teenagers.
I do. I understand that. I think that, but I'm saying, like, as a parent, that would bother me more. Like, is my kid gullible? Can they be easily talked into doing something that they wouldn't have had an idea to do on their own?
Be a leader. Be ruggedly independent.
Be a leader. Be the one that leads the felony charges amongst the group of 5. Look, okay, so that's okay. I get where you're coming with that, Kimmy. But here's the thing: even if being dishonest along the way helps your odds of getting ahead, don't you want your kid to be a better person than you are, or do you want your kid to be more successful? And before you go, yes. I want you to think for a second, because the American dream is busting your ass so your kid doesn't have to bust the same ass you did, or it used to be at least.
Yeah.
Just because you cut corners along the way to get where you are doesn't mean necessarily you should want your kid to do that, nor your kid should have to do that. Don't we want our kids to be better people than the people we were?
Well, do you want them to be successful or happy?
I asked you a question first.
You only get one.
No.
You don't get them both.
Do you want your kid to be a better person than you?
No, I want them to be successful because their life will be easier in the long run.
Unless
you may not be happy, but you'll be successful and you'll be safe.
Safe and successful is better than happy?
Yes.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
But then they won't
You don't
enjoy
get
life.
both in life.
You've never been
successful. People are not happy people, but they are successful. They're like driven. They're competitive.
Yeah.
They never turn it off.
So why would you want that for your kid?
Because that's the only way you get ahead.
But why?
That's how you get the nice house.
But if they're
that's
happy,
how you get the lady. That's how you get the nice car.
But if they're happy not being ahead, why would you not want that for them?
Because you're not going to be happy in the end.
I
don't think you'll be fulfilled.
Oh my God.
I don't think it. Happiness isn't like a long-term thing. It washes over you occasionally.
Right. You're not
Nobody
be
walks around
happy,
all day.
But I'd rather you be, happier with your life overall.
By the way, you've been on his pirate ship this whole time. You have to take this take too. All right.
But
everybody on a whole, we are way over. We're out of time. I'm sorry. I appreciate all the
Jumping off
calls.
his airplane.
Well, good news. That scarf can be used as a parachute. Let's take a break. So we know the Bills and Broncos are going at it 1 o'clock Sunday.
Oh, boy.
Live right here on 96.5 WCMF. But starting tonight, we get a little bit of a football appetizer.
What do you got tonight?
Okay, so there you go. That answers the question I was
Is
about
this one
to
of these
ask.
stupid shows?
No, it's one of the most important football games of the year.
It's a professional football game.
Not professional.
Oh.
So you don't even know this is happening?
I do not.
There is the question's answer. And that's pretty remarkable, Kimmy, for all the attention that this has been getting the last 2 weeks. No?
I guess.
Did you forget this was happening
Yeah, I
today,
did.
too? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Bills Broncos Sunday live right here on 96.5 WCMF. It's playoff time, baby. Tommy's mic is not on for some reason. Okay? It is on. I'll just keep talking. But before this Bills game on Sunday, we get a football appetizer. And you are answering. You want to try and push the bottom of your mic in and see what happens? Like the wire? You pop it out? Yep. Okay, it's all in. It's all in, baby. I swear, it's all in. It ain't just a tip.
You might have to switch to the other chair. Try that.
No, but he's got his whole Mick Jagger outfit sitting. Oh, we got it. We're back, baby.
No, there's a little button on the side. I must have hit it.
Yeah. 30 years in radio, ladies.
It's a new microphone.
How did you find that button? And he's back off again.
He's talking. No, he's not off. He just pulled the mic away while he's talking.
There you go.
Because he doesn't know how to do radio. Okay. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. With this Bills-Broncos game on Sunday, you can listen to it here on CMF. If you want to watch the game.
I want to go out and be entertained. Yeah, I want to see some Flash, some fun.
Oh, you want Flash? We got Flash, baby.
Yeah.
Kimmy's going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li.
Cancel the Flash.
Delicious food, fantastic drink. Go hang out with old Miss Kimmy.
Old Miss Kimmy?
That's right, Lady K. She'll be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li Sunday for Bills-Broncos playoffs, 1 o'clock with CMF. But before we get to NFL playoff football, kicking off tonight,
what we get?
We get the first quarterfinal game of the college football playoffs.
What is this going to be over? Who's playing now?
Well, okay.
It is weird. I guess I didn't realize it would be on a Thursday.
I am very surprised.
It's got to be a chump game.
No,
these are all like this is
it.
Getting down
this is
to
the Final Four.
Here.
All right.
Yeah.
Tonight, Notre Dame takes on Penn State at 7:30.
Oh, this is the Orange Bowl?
Yeah, from the Orange Bowl, yes.
All right.
Winner of this game plays
in the national championship.
So I am very surprised that you did not know this was
I
happening.
thought these games were always played on the weekend. I don't remember the Orange Bowl being on a Thursday.
Well, since the whole playoff system is in place, you're going to see a lot of different things this year.
So tonight's that. Then what's tomorrow?
Tomorrow night is Texas versus
Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia. Thank you. Yeah. No, Georgia lost to Notre Dame. Who's Texas playing tomorrow night?
Texas.
You just threw me off,
Ohio.
you dick. Ohio State.
Yeah.
Thank
Ohio.
you. You idiot. Why do I just
Texas playing Ohio?
Why do I just go along with what you say?
I
watched Notre Dame, Georgia. I watched Georgia lose. Yeah, Georgia. Yeah, what Tommy said.
Well, it sounds so. Then when's the national championship?
That I don't know. Probably next week at some point.
It'll be usually it's on a Monday.
Yes, that was the one game that wasn't played on a Saturday when it came to college football bowl games, unless it was like a weird bowl.
But you got Monday Night Football this week, so it ain't going to be this week.
It will not be this week. It's on
Monday, January 20th.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
So here's the thing.
So exciting.
So my question was going to be, do either of you care enough about this game to stay up and watch it? No. But you were unaware of the teams even playing.
I could care less about those.
Well, what kind of sucked? I mean, I'm definitely going to watch it, but what has kind of sucked about the college football playoffs to this point is there, besides one game.
You can argue Notre Dame, Georgia was good too.
Okay, but the teams that they predicted to win have been blowout games for the most part.
The games have
it hasn't been the most entertaining.
And even that Texas-Arizona game that went down to the wire was a blowout until 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
So you think these games will be tight?
They should be.
But we thought that about other games as well.
But these are the top 4 teams.
Yeah, but college football is weird because we've also had, the top 2 teams in the country go at it for decades, and sometimes it's like, 63-12.
Yeah.
I can't get excited about college football anymore.
Really?
Really?
Why
so
not?
This doesn't make it more exciting for you, the whole playoff system?
I'm footballed out. I think because there's so much goddamn football on now that it's overwhelming.
Well, what's interesting, though, is...
Well, now this is overlapping with, NFL playoffs.
But the NFL has stretched their season out, and the games that they play through the week, that they're just constantly effing football on.
Now, it's interesting to bring that up. A story this morning says that NFL viewership for 2024 was actually down.
I could see it because there's so much of it.
Now,
I'm guessing during the football season, is there a night where I can't watch college or professional football? I'm going to say no.
Tuesday.
There's probably some busted-ass college team on ESPN that's going to be playing.
Well, they do MACtion on Thursday. The MAC, that's their traditional day to play. Thursday is NFL football. Usually Tuesday, Wednesday, there is not a football game.
But that's about it.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But there could be some Austin Peay playing Sam Houston in some busted-ass bowl.
Well, yes, during bowl season.
No,
okay.
but
I get what you're saying. Okay, fine.
It's too much.
He's getting so mad about something he's not going to watch.
It's too much.
All right, so here's the thing. This week, a Thursday night game may work because it'll be the NFL does not have Thursday night football, and we're accustomed to that.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have to turn on Amazon to watch it. The game tonight's on ESPN, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I
Does that sound right?
So.
Okay. But Kimmy brought something up. The college football playoffs traditionally were played on Saturday, and most of the most important bowls were played on Saturdays traditionally. The NCAA kind of got caught in a bad spot in changing to this 12-team playoff because, as Kimmy brought up, the NFL plays wild card games on Saturday, and they've done that for like the last 30 years because in the past, college football was well done.
Right.
So now that college football has stretched their season,
you're feeding on each other's audience.
Yeah, you're not going to go head-to-head on a Saturday or a Sunday with the NFL. But then you get stuck on a Thursday night, which is okay for TV. They have to play on a Friday night, which really hurts them. Traditionally, TV ratings on Friday night.
Yeah, most people ain't watching TV on Friday unless you're my age.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, because you do have 4 powerhouse schools in Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame, and Penn State.
Yeah.
If they were to run one of those championship games, the quarterfinal games, on Saturday against the first NFL playoff game, would they have a chance to be successful? Would you watch either of those games over LA versus Houston?
Well, you'd definitely be consumed by football that day. So it could be almost like a, March Madness situation where you're just this is what I'm doing today. I'm sitting on the couch and I'm watching football. I'm flipping around, watching, whatever game is the best game.
But those college games don't affect your Bills that you love, that you're going to watch. So, why am I going to watch Penn State play this game? Who cares?
If your team
this
wasn't
team,
in let's say you're a fan of the Dolphins, right? And they're not in it.
Well, Pat says you could kill yourself.
I wouldn't go that far, but I wouldn't be happy about it.
You're pretty close. You wouldn't stop the guy.
If you're a fan of any team that isn't in the playoffs right now, you're still interested in the NFL playoffs, but you're probably not as invested in what's happening.
But I'm looking at it as a Bills fan. I'm going to watch the Bills over that other game because who cares?
Absolutely. But as a casual football fan, look, I would watch Ravens-Steelers over either of these games tomorrow or on Saturday night. I would watch Washington-Tampa Bay because I think
you're watching better football.
But that's just it. But LA-Houston, I may watch one of these games over LA versus
But you
Houston.
may face one of those teams.
No, you're right. Well, I'm not scout. They don't need my scouting report.
No, but you may want to see what's going on. I don't know.
Okay, no, look.
I just look at professional sports. I look at college. College.
Yeah, but think about we also live in an area where we live and breathe that professional sports
Good
team.
point.
Whereas if you're, kind of like somewhere in the middle of America where you don't really have a close tie to any of those professional teams, you're probably closer to one of those little college towns than you are anything else.
Well,
so maybe you are more interested in, that side of football.
She's right. I mean, if you look at 3 of these 4 teams, South Bend and Notre Dame, that area.
But they're all dynasty football programs.
But
think if Syracuse was in it.
I still would.
You don't think?
No. I mean, look, I'd be happy for him. It would be cool. If you're asking,
be watching?
I would watch if it didn't back up against a game like a Bills game. I would watch it over any other NFL playoff game. I'm not watching it over a Bills game.
Yeah, why would you?
Oh no, I don't think you'd watch it over a Bills game.
Yeah, because it's a one and done for them anyway.
No, but to the point Kimmy made about how I don't think we up in upstate New York fully understand how dominant college football is in other parts of the
South
country.
is nuts.
Exactly. You look at Austin, where Texas plays. That's going to beat every NFL game this weekend.
Identity, just about.
Columbus, for God's sake.
Yeah. It's a religion.
I mean, Penn State is really the only location where you have legitimate push from NFL teams.
Well, in Notre Dame, there's Notre Dame fans everywhere.
And don't forget, you got 2 Pittsburgh teams that are in the playoffs.
Pennsylvania
teams that are in the playoffs.
The Steelers and the Steelers, too.
So you're going to tell me an Eagles fan or a Steelers fan is going to want to watch Penn State?
I'm with you. But then again, look, it's hard for us to understand, too, because, Kimmy can give us more of an insight into this.
Yeah, because she went to do the school.
Yeah,
exactly.
I couldn't imagine if they were in it. That would be my main focus.
Oh, yeah.
West Virginia, you're saying.
Yeah.
Because, we didn't get to align
I got no roots to these things.
Yeah, we didn't align ourselves with a college,
It always bothers me
people
when
that
guys...
live around those areas, I think they're pretty wrapped up in that's the school, whatever school they live near.
It always bothers me guys that get wrapped up in those teams that aren't even from that area.
That have no connection.
Well, maybe they have a connection, but they just that they root for these teams that they're not even close to.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with them. You didn't go to the school. You're not
you're from here, but you're I love Michigan.
Duke fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It's funny. I'm glad you brought this up. When I was in Detroit for the Bills game 2 years ago, right, that ones that got moved, I went out to a bar, and I'm trying to catch a Sabres game 2 nights before. And I'm sitting next to this guy. It was when Michigan, it was the week before Michigan-Ohio State, the biggest one they had ever played, right? The big game. So I'm talking to this kid. He's got a Michigan hoodie on, and I'm like, what do you think? We're going back and forth, and I go, did you graduate from Michigan? He goes, yeah, of course. I'm not a Walmart Wolverine.
Oh.
And I go, I didn't understand. And he goes, yeah, man, no, these people that are just Michigan fans because they live here. And he was judging them. He's from the Detroit area.
Yeah.
He went to Michigan.
So if he didn't go, you shouldn't show support.
You should be on the same team here, right?
Yes.
Like,
I would think like you'd welcome that.
He called him a Walmart Wolverine. Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh. All right, let's take a break. Speaking of sports, actually, you have the ability to go watch some of the best in this sport.
Yeah, you never told me what it was.
I'm going to tell you what it is in a second.
Well, I'm going to come back and listen.
Okay, good. And they're right in our backyard. You can go watch live this weekend.
Is it one of these Trump ads?
No, bro. No.
You said people could get hurt.
This is an impressive athlete to be.
Let's put it this way. Some of these people here in our area are going to be competing in the Olympics in Italy in 2 years.
Ooh.
And you, when this event comes on, stop to watch it.
Damn.
And how somebody decides this is something I want to do, or decides
brave enough to try,
or decides this is something I'm going to allow my child to attempt.
That dangerous. Huh?
I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
I've never tried it before, but it looks scary as hell.
All right.
We'll tell you what it is and where you can go see it next here in the break room on CMF. There's a danger in every sport your kid's going to play.
Oh, sure.
And you do the best you can not to think about it while they're out there. But these sports, which is in town through the weekend,
really
seems unlike any other. And it makes you wonder, at what age does this kind of athlete and their parents decide, this is something I could see my kid being good at? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Tommy?
Yeah.
Are you ready for some hot snow action?
What's going on?
Through Saturday, Bristol Mountain is hosting the 2025 Toyota Freestyle Aerial National Championships. Skiing.
Yeah.
That's a big jump.
Yeah, well, it's a 7.
No, this is where they do the flips and everything.
7.5 to 13.5 foot jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they get over 50 feet in the air while they're doing it.
It's amazing to watch.
Because, see, I know you're making a face. I don't know if it's not the big giant ramp, is it?
I thought it was, but you could be right. I have no idea.
So the ones I watched had that,
Yeah.
like they go up and then they do flips and then they
Okay.
Yeah, I thought there was like different levels
Yeah.
of the jump. So I thought they kind of did it all.
Okay,
but
that's
you
fair.
could
It's
be
amazing
right.
to watch.
Either way, it's impressive.
You're right. The athletic ability it takes.
Yeah, it's scary.
And Tommy, you'd assume if you were going to go check it out, you would be seeing skiers who will be representing the United States in the Olympics in 2 years.
Pretty big time.
Or next year.
Yeah.
But we're not here to talk about how cool the event will be.
Yeah.
By the way, if you want to go, Bristol Mountain's website has all the information. What we're here to talk about, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How does someone get started in such a terrifying sport?
It has to run in the family, I'm thinking. Like your brothers did it, your father did it, your mother did it. Because that seems like when I watch these documentaries with these people that do this crazy stuff.
Sure.
It seems like it was a family affair.
So I was under the impression, and if I'm wrong,
like motocross and things of that nature.
I get what you're saying. I thought this sport was relatively new within like the last 2 decades.
You are, but you're probably a skiing family that did other things that were semi-scary to do.
Okay.
I'm thinking. I think it would be rare to see the kid do it and the family never had any interest in it before.
Okay. Now, we can all agree this is terrifying, right?
I don't know how a mother can watch a kid do this.
I don't know how you start. Like, I'm sure you start with
Slowly.
like baby jumps and stuff, but at the first time down one of those big hills has to be terrifying.
So who's the flying tomato kid with
Shaun White, the snowboarder.
So you could watch his whole life on that documentary. I think it's on HBO. How he started out as a little kid. And there's a moment where he looks like he dies at 10, getting hit by another adult. It's a famous scene.
Oh, the one on the
They're doing those
half-pipe skateboard. Yes.
And
I watched that live as a kid.
So he slams in. I don't think it's Tony Hawk, but it's like one of those like high-end guys.
Because he was a skateboarder as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he slams into this little kid, and the kid just goes limp.
And he picks him up.
Yes, and he's completely. And then he was 10.
Yeah.
And his mother still let him do it.
Okay.
And I think you're just wired differently as a family.
Okay, so here's the thing. I know there are folks in the area who do this, have done this.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a kid from Pittsburgh who medaled in the last Winter Olympics?
I think
Probably. They always have one. Some snow guy.
It's a pretty remarkable accomplishment to get a Winter Olympic
I don't mean
medal.
to say, hey, way to go.
No, you just said we
call
always
him a
got
snow
one.
guy.
Oh, you know we do.
Okay. What makes you decide or convinces you to let your kid try something along the lines of aerial skiing? Like, there must be teachers around here if we have kids doing it.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, like when somebody tells you that they see, like a trainer or something tells you that they see potential in your kid, I think that maybe some of that caution goes away. Because if somebody's like, I could see your kid, they have the potential, they look like they could be really, really good at this. I think you'd at least let them try it.
So is that what it takes? Does it take someone who teaches this to come to you?
It would help, wouldn't it?
Do you take your kid to them and say, can you show them how to do this? Because I would, as a father, and I'm not judging parents, right? Like, because, I mean, there's obviously successful stories coming out of this. I would have a really hard time taking my 12 or 14-year-old and being like, hey, teach him how to do flips 50 feet in the air
But
backwards.
don't forget, you watch your daughter play hockey.
I don't like it.
Yeah, and
And
some
it's
parents
dangerous.
It is.
Like, I would think hockey has to be one of the most dangerous sports.
Okay, so let's talk.
And it was a slow burn, right? Like, I mean, she starts out just as like a little kid where you're not
adorable.
running in and hitting everybody, and well, at least not on purpose. So
Yeah, they
as
look
she
like
gets
little
older,
drunks out
it
there.
kind
They
of
do.
adds, a little bit more of that comes. And
a slow
you're
burn,
just-
to
yeah,
a point.
you're by the time now that she's a teenager, now it's actually serious hockey, and you're used to it.
Okay, so let's walk down that road. Because you're right. Think about the fear that most parents have when their kids are playing more common yet borderline dangerous sports, right? Football, hockey, soccer, wrestling.
Yeah.
I don't know about other moms and dads, but there are games where my 14-year-old is playing a certain way or playing against a certain team where I am just a ball of nerves.
Yeah.
Like borderline nauseous about it.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it so hard for me to understand why it's like, you should go and try this. You should go and do this. Because, like, if it were up to me and it wouldn't affect my daughter, there are games where I know she's going to play, or when she's out there in, like, the middle of the second and something happened and she's going to go try and take revenge or start something.
Yeah, you get nervous.
I would like to grab her. I would take her off the ice. If there were no consequences, I would be like, all right, let's go. Get in the car. Get in the car. I don't want to watch this anymore. This is not fun.
I couldn't do it.
I wonder, though. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I wonder if, because you know how, like, there are just some kids, even from when they can walk, they are risk takers and they are climbers and they're not afraid of heights. And as a parent, like, you see your kid, climb into the top of the tree and jumping off, and it's just kind of like, well, at least they're not doing that. Like, it's more of a
controlled danger.
Controlled danger.
Okay.
Organized danger. Team sport danger.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Through the weekend, the 2025 Toyota Freestyle Aerial National Championships are happening at Bristol Mountain. That's the one where they jump off the 7.5-foot to 13.5-foot jumps. They get up to 50 feet in the air. I believe there will be some U.S. Olympians.
Very cool.
I think. I could be wrong.
Bro, I stood in the freezing cold watching this stuff, and I couldn't take my eyes off.
I mean, yeah, when it comes on during the Olympics, it's appointment watching for me. But we're trying to figure out how, because some of these kids you'll see in the Olympics, folks that are competing, are teenagers in their early 20s.
They're little kids.
Exactly. We have lucked out.
Who we got?
Well, apparently Jen is intimately familiar with this. She's on CMF. Hey, Jen, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, Jen. She sounds fun. I like.
She sounds
Jen.
like she's in the air.
What's up, Jen?
Well, these kids start out at Bristol Mountain as early as 8 years old. That's how they work up to these jumps.
Like they're doing flips and stuff.
Well, you got to train on water first before you can you have to do 200 flips into the water before you can actually try one on snow.
Do belly flips count?
Belly flips.
No.
Okay, so Jen,
they have to be good.
Okay, so Jen, how do you know this stuff?
Well, both of my kids are a part of the Bristol Mountain freestyle team, which is how our local kids are developed.
Okay, so Jen, can I ask you a couple of questions if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
Okay, was this something you wanted your kids to do, or did they come to you and say, hey, we think your kids have potential to do this?
Oh, no, we wanted them to. I mean, both of my kids started skiing when they were 2 years old. And to what Kimmy was saying, you just kind of know that they're going to be one of those kids. Like my son was jumping off stuff at 2 years old.
Okay.
But are you a ski family? Like you ski, the old man skis?
We are.
Yeah.
So
you're rich.
We are, yep.
She got banged.
Well, she's hanging out at Bristol Mountain with a nice clear phone.
Oh, yeah, that's Jenny Cash.
Hey, all right, Jen, so how old are your kids right now?
My son is 12 and my daughter is 11.
Okay, so...
Is there any ugly people in that sport? Because I haven't seen one yet.
Well, if it goes wrong.
Even they are good looking. Like, I've never seen an ugly skier that's a professional.
Shaun White's kind of ugly.
He's a cute kid. With his red hair. He was adorable.
You want to calm down over there, buddy? You know what I feel about redheads. We've talked about this.
I don't, well, yeah. I don't want to get down there and sniff.
Jen, for God's sakes, Jen!
You brought it up that his pubes were stinky, not me.
That's not what I said!
That's how you insinuate.
No, it's not!
Because you can always see the stink lines when he flips.
Oh, the stink lines and everything. Jen, I'm sorry. Let's get back to the conversation about your children, you idiot.
They said they were good looking.
All right, so Jen, your oldest, you said, is 12. 12, okay. Are they doing like the full-on big jumps? I mean, what are they like halfway in between?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we have kids who will be competing, kids on the team, not my kids. They're too young and not quite there yet. But we have 13-year-olds that will be jumping on Saturday night with the Olympic gold medalist.
Wow.
Man.
So would they have as a 13-year-old, if you're that good, would you have a shot at the Olympics at 13, 14?
No, they'll probably be, if not this next cycle, then definitely in 2030 when it comes here to the U.S. Like, that's what they're training them for.
Damn.
All right, so Jen, let me ask you this in all sincerity, because, one parent to another parent. By the way, do your kids play any other sports, or is it just this?
No, they play lots of sports. They're involved in every season. They're doing something.
They're a very athletic family.
Well, yeah, because
they all train.
They got the money for it.
Yes.
Jen, when you watch your son,
you know she has a rowing machine in her basement and a Peloton.
Jen, do you own a Peloton?
And one of the mirrors a bitch at you.
I do not.
Oh,
Ooh. You chinsed out. You chintzy Jen.
Chintzy Jen. Jen, when your kids are going down the hill about to do their thing, can you watch? What is the feeling in your chest, in your stomach?
It's rough. I will not lie, but they train. They work so hard at it that when they accomplish it, it's pretty exciting.
Have you? Who's worse? Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is it you? Do you or your husband have a harder time watching when they're about to do what they do?
Oh, 100% me.
Okay. Because I found my wife. My wife has an easier time like watching my daughter do the stuff than I do. I'm a bitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, well, Jen, listen, good luck with the kids. Look, if they go to the
fine.
Olympics, we're going to take credit because we talk to you and encourage them. So I want you to know that.
All right.
All right,
Thanks, guys.
Jen, have a good rest of the day. I couldn't do it.
No, it's no.
That would be hard.
No.
Yeah, I would have to look away.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The most bizarre part, damn it, I should have held Jen for a second. As we talk about these aerial skiing championships happening at Bristol Mountain. It's going through the weekend. Is there a lot of money in this if you're really good?
I always assume with a lot of those kind of very niche Olympic sports that you have to get to that level to profit off of it.
Who's the most famous skier?
Oh.
It's the one that
you couldn't even name the kid from Pittsburgh.
No, the kid. Who's the one that dated Tiger Woods?
Oh, no, that's Lindsey Vonn, but she's not. I mean, she's been retired for a while.
No, but I mean, she's the one that made.
But she didn't do aerial.
No, but I'm saying but she rose to the level
yeah.
where she could make bank on it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, she was also like a
good-looking woman.
Yes. No.
No, I mean, she had a nice clipper.
What always sucked.
Good pins.
And I guess that's changed now, and this is something we were just touching on. But I always felt bad for they were Olympic athletes, but they were also college athletes, so they couldn't profit off of it at all.
Jeremy
at the
Bloom,
time.
Colorado wide receiver.
So like those kids that had such a small window to really capitalize on the sport that they worked their whole life to do, never made a dime.
But they can do it now, right?
Well, yeah, now they can.
Yes. Now they can.
Okay, let me put this question another way.
Yeah.
If you were to use more traditional sports as a gauge, the 15th best football player in the world, the 15th best hockey player in the world, they're worth tens of millions of dollars. They're
King's
set
ransom.
for life. What does the 15th best aerial skier in the world make? Or the 15th best?
I'm thinking he has a regular job.
No, 15th best in the world?
I think he's got a regular job.
He's working at Home Depot,
Yeah.
which employ the most amount of U.S. Olympians, according to the
Probably
commercial.
work in the field, you could probably work around that sport.
But
like
you
training
ain't
other people.
But you ain't making money off your competition.
Wait. You're telling me the 15th best aerial skier in the world is not a millionaire just from skiing?
I'm going to say no.
What about
maybe now?
Yeah, they get sponsored. I mean, one sponsorship from Nike or I don't know what a big ski brand is, but
Nike skis. But there's different levels of sponsorship, right? Like there are Nike athletes who get paid $500 million, like LeBron James. There are Nike athletes who get free sneakers. Like there's a difference in between.
I'm guessing in skiing, it's got to drop off fast.
What also helps with
You want it to, even though you're a spoiled rich kid because you hate these spoiled rich kids all the
yeah,
time.
they don't care anyway because their lives, they've already got a trust fund.
We're also underestimating the power of social media for a lot of these
Oh.
athletes too. So like they could get brand sponsorships just through their social media page because they
Okay.
have a bunch
if
of
you're good looking.
followers and things
You're
like
working
that.
a little bit.
Hey, honey, go do a flip off the ramp and work
Look
it
at
a little
that
bit.
Livy Dunn chick from LSU.
And that's a name you should not know, but you do
And you
because
keep-
of social media.
And you keep bringing it up,
And
and
by
it's
the way-
really bothersome.
But she puts it out there, man, and that chick's got to be worth millions of dollars.
Okay, for God's sake.
God, stop talking about women's bodies.
Yeah, teenager women body.
She's not a teenager. She's graduated LSU.
No, she's back.
No, she can't be.
Yes.
That broad's got to be in her mid-20s.
She is doing one more year at LSU. And the fact that I had to tell you that makes me feel creepy.
Why? She's a beautiful girl.
You
and
only
she's
know-
she puts bikini and lingerie pictures out. She's like, I can't, my age, I can't look at a beautiful woman. I'm a horrible man.
That could be your granddaughter. Oh, what
yeah,
happened?
actually, because she went to LSU. Yeah, I have family. We may be related. How about that? She's got too tight of a clipper. Relays have loose clippers.
Yeah, I know. Talk to your mom.
You don't have to make that noise.
252 WCMF. 252-9263.
Sweating through my shacket.
All right, Kimmy, who do I want to talk to? Do I want to talk to one or do I want to talk to you? I mean, you make the call. Okay, I don't know. Thank you. Right. World's best producer. What should we do? I don't know. All right, let's talk to Jordan and his son, Nathan. I'm going to start with Nathan. Hey, buddy, how are you?
I'm good.
All right, so you are how old?
8.
You're 8 years old, and you are going to be competing this weekend?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I do like backflips and stuff.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Backflips.
Oh, but you do backflips at 8?
Yeah.
All right, hey, Nathan, can I talk to your dad real quick? Jordan, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, Jordan.
Hey,
okay, yeah, hey, we just called CPS. They're on the way to your house right now.
No address.
All right, Jordan, let me ask you, bud. What made you decide your 8-year-old son, who sounds adorable, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Should be doing something this dangerous?
How'd you get into it?
Yes.
It's different from when we were growing up, and kids would just figure out how to do it on their own. There's a lot of training. There's a lot of emphasis on safety.
Okay.
And he did it probably close to 300 times, going off a water ramp before he even tried it on the snow.
Wow. So did you get like a trainer for the kid?
Absolutely. The team at Bristol, Coach Johnny has trained multiple.
Wait, you got Coach Johnny?
Bro, that is the most skiing name
yes,
ever.
Coach Johnny.
It's Coach Johnny.
Man.
Johnny. Johnny.
He's an incredible coach. The entire coaching staff there is incredibly talented.
Is he one of those dudes that never takes off his goggles, even at the bar?
Jordan, let me ask you, buddy. First of all, quick sidebar. You have the most ski voice I've ever heard in my life.
Yes.
So, congratulations. Jordan, is this something you did when you were a kid, or something that Nathan showed interest in, and you were like, we got to get him in and see what happens?
I've been skiing. Mason got better at skiing than me when he was probably 6. So it's all him. He was the one who wanted to do it, and nothing sounded more fun than standing on the side of a pond every weekend through the summer.
All right, Jordan, you married, bud?
I am.
All right, so between you and your wife, who has a harder time watching Nathan try and accomplish his goal?
She does not watch.
At all?
Oh, does she ski?
She does. No, it's go ahead, Mason.
She kind of stinks at it.
Why you gotta do the poor kid?
She's kind of slow.
She's kind of slow. It's all right, Nathan. I work with a guy like that. All right, so Nathan. Oh, Mason. I'm sorry. My apologies. All right, so Bud, this weekend, when are you competing?
Tomorrow. Oh, wait, on Friday.
Okay, on Friday. Listen, Bud, go.
Yeah.
Have fun. Be safe.
Always be safe.
And I'm going to say the same thing to you, Bud. If you make the Olympics, we as a radio show are taking full credit. Like, we want autographs. We want pictures.
Yes.
We get a cut of all your sponsorship money.
Okay.
Okay, that's a binding contract, by the way.
Right.
That is a
We'll save
binding
that for later.
contract.
Yeah.
Jordan, thanks for the call, man. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
You should probably come to Bristol to watch.
I would love to. My daughter has to do dangerous stuff this weekend, too, so I got to go watch that. But, Jordan, have a good weekend, bud. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. See you, bud.
Thanks,
good luck.
guys.
Take care. Man.
How adorable is that kid?
Now I'm nervous for him. I don't even know the kid.
So glad you were talking about my mom's loose clipper right before you took the call, making the loose clipper noises.
No, you did it wrong.
How's it?
I do wonder, because this sport, it seems like you really have to pay attention, just because it's so dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you have to take every piece of advice a trainer gives you.
Yeah.
As a parent, because you know how even if a parent has no idea how the sport works, they will still try to sneak in like their advice, their pointers, things like that. Like, as a parent, like with this sport, you got to know. You got to be hands off.
You got to shut up.
Just for your kids' safety, because you know that you don't know better than that trainer.
You had to shut the F up.
Yes.
It is my right as a parent to tell my kid all the things they're doing wrong, whether or not I know what I'm talking about.
But this is dangerous, though. If your kid listens to you over the professional, that could get dangerous for your child.
With this sport, you can say you just have to do what Jordan did, the dad.
Yeah.
Well, what you gotta do is like catch Wicket.
Taking shots now that he's not on anymore. Are ya?
Obviously, I am a coward.
You know, he had his goggles on while we were talking.
All right, we got to take a break. Everybody, hold on. I appreciate the call. Speaking of Bristol, out there near Canandaigua.
Yeah, man, they getting a nice break with this weather.
You know what they're not getting a nice break with?
What?
Did you see what happened in the city of Canandaigua?
No.
It's tax season. You're getting your property taxes, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Town, county, all that stuff. Some folks out in Canandaigua
They got whacked?
It's not that they got whacked.
What happened?
They got a number sent to them.
Yeah.
It's not the right one.
Oh, so the tax guy made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
But how bad?
Don't know.
Like shocking?
And we don't know which way.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This has the potential to be really bad.
Oh.
You want to get people mad? Bring up taxes.
Oh, yeah.
And the testiest of subjects right now, taxes in the place you live.
Mm-hmm.
They've been going up, pissing people off.
The assessments.
There is no mistake a town or county could make that would make things even more volatile and worse, right?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. The County of Ontario has made a huge mistake.
What'd they do?
Story on Spectrum News says that an error with the city of Canandaigua led to incorrect amounts for taxes due being printed on people's 2025 county tax bill.
Oh, okay. But how? Like, too much, too little, what?
We don't know.
Right. Shocking.
Quote, the amount listed on the bottom of the resident's pay stub is not accurate, and a corrected bill will be mailed out as soon as possible. Despite that, full payments for that tax bill are still due.
Wait, the one you receive even if it's wrong?
Yeah, no. They're sending them out now, but no matter what, it's due by January 31st.
Still due the same day.
So, again, we don't know if the bill that was incorrect was higher than the taxes you owe, which would actually be a relief.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you get okay, great.
Yeah.
However, if the number you get, the number you saw first is lower than the actual amount you're going to owe.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Because you already spent that money. Like, if you know you're getting a break.
Or you thought, wow, this is more reasonable than I thought it was.
Yeah, let's go out. Let's go out to dinner.
People are going to flip the F out. Because, look, you already have the hatred towards taxes. Then you add how taxes have been going up with new assessments over the last couple of years for homes that are skyrocketing in value. That really pissed people off. We talked 2 years ago over and over about people who went down to the assessor's office to talk to a couple of people. Then you think you're paying X amount, and it actually ends up being more. The last person on earth I want to be right now is the person who answers the phone at the city of Canandaigua.
Oh, yeah. They're getting it both barrels.
All right, so are there folks listening who have been affected by this? 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because I'm dying to know if the actual taxes you have to pay are higher than you thought, lower than you thought, and if so, what was the difference? By how much?
Yeah.
Because even if it is higher by like $10, no big deal, right? But if it's a couple hundred, maybe $1,000.
Yeah, you would notice it then. Because when I had my house in Webster, I paid them through the mortgage.
Sure, yeah.
So I never saw a bill.
Most people do.
Right. So if you haven't paid your house off, you just pay them through your mortgage. So if it was a few $100, I would just think, oh yeah, I guess the rates went up or something. You know what I mean? I never paid attention.
Well, it is funny. Like, okay, so my wife obsesses about this stuff.
That was mine.
Yeah, and like she will come to me and be like, "Why is the mortgage more?" Like at the first of the year when everything kicks in and rolls over.
Yeah.
So here's the other thing. It's possible that some people still may not know what they actually owe. It says in the story the actual tax bill has been sent out, but I don't know how many people have gotten them.
And you only got a short period of time. It's due on the end of the month.
And here's the thing. People found out that the tax bill was not what it actually was before they sent out the new things. So that gives you your anger time to simmer, waiting to see what you actually
It's like Price
pay.
is Right.
Oh, in the worst way possible, man. In the worst way possible.
Yeah, it blows.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good, man. What's up?
What up, Jim?
So I got my tax bill the other day, and I paid it. So I don't know if I'm going to get another bill or get a refund.
Are you
Canandaigua? Sorry.
Yep.
Oh.
You want to know how much my bill was?
Sure.
$507.
Wait, what? Really?
That sounds low.
So was that suspicious
Yeah,
to you?
and I live on the lake.
Okay, well, I hate Jim, first of all. So, Jim, your bill has to be much higher, right?
Now, I live at the end of the lake, and our taxes are grandfathered in because the place I live used to be apartments, and they can't raise the taxes, and the city's pissed off.
Okay, I hate you more.
Oh, wait, so you're locked in for life?
Yeah.
Oh,
the only thing that goes up is my school taxes will go up a little bit.
Good for you, man. That's great. I'm really happy for you, Jim.
Oh, it's unfreaking believable. Yeah, I live right at the end of the lake. And I got my boat right in front of my house.
No wonder he's so happy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, it sucks right now. It's winter.
Yeah.
Did you call just to brag, Jim?
Of course.
I did.
Jim, shut up, Jim. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Go watch Nathan ski at Bristol Mountain this weekend, for God's sake.
He doesn't even count.
I hate Jim.
Yes.
I got a lake house. I pay like $40 in taxes every year.
Grandfathered in.
252 WCMF, we're talking about how a mistake with the city of Canandaigua led to incorrect tax amounts being printed and sent on folks' 2025 Ontario County tax bill. Folks are waiting to get their new actual bill.
Yeah, the right amount.
Yep, they were sent earlier this week, but we don't know if it was too much, the mistake, if it was too little. So if this was a simple math mistake, I feel really bad for the person responsible because it is so easy to put a decimal point or a number in the wrong spot, especially when you're doing this over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I mean, if you listen to the show on a regular basis, you're aware we do it all the time.
Yeah, we don't do math.
But, like, here's the thing.
Right.
For that little mistake that you made, that is completely understandable, to affect every single person who lives in the city of Canandaigua. And you also live in the city of
you did it to yourself.
But you were going to ask a question. I'm sorry.
So it must have been like a percentage, right? Because it went to everybody. So it could have been like individually. It must have been like 10% higher across the board or something like that.
I would guess.
Or lower.
I would guess.
Right?
That
If
would
it went
make
to everybody.
That would make the most sense. We got Twitter DMs coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room. Mike writes us on Twitter. They need to honor whatever the number they sent first.
Good luck with that, bro.
If it's lower, that should be the price the residents should pay, and I hope someone takes them to court
You
over
dream it. Because when the bank screws up, you owe the correct amount. Man. The bank always gets their money.
Does he have a point?
No, because it's the government, man.
Man.
They're taking their money.
Man. Well, but I mean,
and by the way, you get the services back. You're paying for services.
Yeah, you're right.
All the stuff you need is what you're paying for.
Yeah, you're right. Budget got voted on, passed, whatever.
Yeah, bribes, everything.
I think shut up. Why would they work the bribes into the budget?
Why wouldn't you?
Shut up.
Cover the bribes.
I think the one flaw in Mike's logic here, because don't get me wrong, I want to believe in what Mike said. Like if you had to pay the mistake because it was too low, does that mean if the number is actually higher than what you owe, you should be forced to pay that too? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you owe more than you actually do, and it's like, well, it's on the sheet, Mike said.
Yeah,
now
you gotta pay
more.
Mike.
Aren't you curious what the difference would be? Let's say they undercharged on taxes.
Yeah.
But in Mike's fantasy world, people are only paying
on the low tax.
You got it. Like if the number was less than what people had to actually pay, how badly would that hurt the city of Canandaigua?
Got to kill their budget, man. That's where they get their money.
Man.
How much you doing it?
How bad are taxes in Canandaigua outside of stupid Jim?
I don't know.
Does it cost a lot of money?
To live in Canandaigua?
Yeah.
I would think so
I would
because those
assume,
lake
but
houses
then
alone.
But it's also a town of haves and have-nots,
Yeah.
and you don't see a lot of have-nots living in towns that have really high taxes.
True.
Or cities.
But if you live in a town like that where you have like these mansions that collect a lot of real estate tax.
Yeah.
Do you think that helps or hurts you as just a middle of the road guy?
I don't know.
Does it raise everybody up because you're living in fancy land?
Are you asking me tax economic questions?
I think you get hurt if you live in an affluent town as a regular person.
Well, yeah, I just assume that all affluent towns have high taxes.
It pushes it up.
Yeah.
But
then again, we've talked
high-end Po.
We've talked at length in Canandaigua how you can have trailer parks down the street from $1 million mansions, right? So how would those people be able to swing that?
Yeah. Well, meth. You got to sell meth.
Would you move out of the trailer if you have a successful meth business?
No, that's where you keep your costs down. You do meth in trailers.
Don't do meth, everybody.
No.
Don't do meth. This is the one story where people that can't afford a house right now get to stand back and laugh at all the people that were able to buy houses. Because if you're renting, yes, it goes into your rent, but I got to see it.
But it ain't your problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know how accurate this is, but it says based on the median home value in Canandaigua, the annual property tax bill is around $4,600.
I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't pay the taxes.
Hey, tell me your wife pays the taxes without telling me your wife pays the taxes.
I don't know. She pays the taxes.
I don't think that's bad.
Well, no, but that's also hard.
But again,
but there's everything else.
Yeah,
from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, you have giant houses and you have 800 square foot houses.
Yeah, I think you said like a guy's got a trailer on a piece of property.
Exactly. All right. Well, if you live out in Canandaigua, fingers crossed.
Yeah, you may be getting bent over.
That number shows up is actually lower than what you thought you had to pay. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Speaking of getting bent over, Mother Nature's been bending us over all week.
Oh, yeah.
It just keeps getting colder and colder.
Yeah, and the wind is brutal.
And the snow that we didn't expect, even this morning early, driving in was a pain in the ass. And it affects you the most if you get to work and home safely. in your driveway.
Oh, yeah.
And I would like to propose a proposal.
Okay. Great.
Can we all decide now
What's that?
that it's too cold to shovel?
Too cold to shovel?
We'll get into it next year in the break room. On WCMF. I'd like to put forth a proposal.
What's that?
I think it'll help everybody here in the greater Rochester area.
Good.
And there is no reason to do this right now based on the pain you will have to endure doing it. You're hanging out in the break room. That's just classic rock, 96.5. WCMF. The cold is still here.
Oh, yeah, it's gripping us.
As we speak, in downtown Rochester, it's 20 or 17 degrees, but it feels like -1 thanks to the wind. Cuts like a knife, and it don't feel right.
Okay.
No.
You should write that down.
Thank you.
It's very catchy.
Okay. So, also, there's been a surprising amount of sneaky snow that's coming all at once that has made the commute the last 2 mornings a little bit rough.
Yeah.
All right. But here's what's weird about the snow.
What's that?
As much as it has made the commute rough the last 2 mornings a little bit early this morning, it's not staying.
Well, it's fluffy.
You got it. So everything's fine. So, like, the snow you have in your driveway from the last 2 days, if you have not shoveled it yet, it's easy to get in and out of.
Yeah.
It's not going to stop you. So with a -1 degree feel and snow that you can negotiate without having to move it, I propose that we declare it too cold to shovel. I don't know why you're laughing. This is a serious proposition.
Okay.
No?
I got to get it.
Are you going to arrest guys to get out there, shovel their driveways?
Well, yes. Yes. No, yeah, it's fine. Because, like, the only way...
Put them in cuffs.
The only way this works is if every house agrees to do it, because if that one dick goes outside...
Well, there's always going to be that one guy.
That's what I'm saying. We need to get the law involved.
I got to get it off the roof. I got to make an area for the dog.
Oh, you're going to make an area for the dog?
Well, I'm already out there. I'm just going to shovel.
Okay, don't shovel, dick.
I have to for the dog.
All
I
right.
got to get it off the roof, and I got to make a space, nice.
So yesterday I get up from my nap. I go outside to shovel the driveway,
Yeah.
right? And it was painful. Painful.
Yeah, it was windy, and it was blowing back in your face. That was, depending on what angle you're at, man, you could get a face full of snow yesterday.
So I wake up this morning thinking that the worst of the snow is gone. There's the same amount of snow
Yeah,
in my
another
driveway.
touch
Another
came down.
little dusting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to shovel it today. I'm not shoveling that snow today because it's too cold.
By the way, you're Mr. In Shape Kettlebell.
Yeah.
Never take it. What are you getting in shape for? You don't do anything.
I have no
I've never seen a guy work out so
You're
hard,
in
lose
shovel
the weight,
shape.
train. You won't help your brother move.
Nah, no.
You don't help your mother. You won't
I don't
shovel
help
your.
my mother.
You would think
Threw
like
that in
you'd
there.
burn some, some lbs just getting out there and busting your ass.
No, I've actually come to like shoveling snow when it's above -1 degrees.
Yeah, when it's nice out, when you don't need to shovel. I like shoveling when it's like 65.
No, like anything.
Nice.
I can handle cold, man. You know me. I'm built for the cold.
But you don't go outside.
This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
I would think with your conditioning now, you should be able to shovel no problem.
It's not about the conditioning, bro. Don't you dare question my conditioning.
I question it because you don't utilize it for anything.
It's about the pain. The pain in your face, the pain in your
The
hands.
icicles coming down from your nostrils.
I got a beard, man. You don't know what it's like when snow blows back in your beard and it just ices.
Well, then shave it.
I'm not going to shave it.
Kodiak Jack.
It is. So here's the problem, though. You limit the shoveling below certain temperatures. You got to limit other stuff too,
For example.
like no tailgating.
Oh yeah.
No.
How do you go jackassing at the Bills game this weekend? It's going to be frigid.
You got to
out.
limit outside time. Period.
That is such a great point.
No.
You want to hang out with your boozy buddies down there in the gravel pit.
Feed the pit. I have a fire barrel, which we will be using to keep us warm
Wait,
on
you
Sunday.
have a fire barrel?
Well, my brother has a fire barrel.
Wait, you can light a fire out there?
Yeah, where you been, man?
Like an open fire?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
That
as long as it's in a barrel, you can't do
Wait,
like
they didn't ban that? Of all the things they should ban, open fire should have been day one.
So I'm not sure if you can still have an open fire in the Bills parking lot, and it's not open. It's not like a bonfire.
It's
it
in a
has to
barrel.
be contained.
It's
yes.
like when you see like those hobos.
But in all the private lots, yeah, you can light a barrel fire.
Oh my God!
It's like me and my buddies like to stand around and do doo-wop, take it back, do, take it back.
Yeah, but when it's this cold, that fire ain't doing crap.
Fire's great. We did the barrel fire. It was brutally cold for that Chiefs playoff game last year. Barrel fire was great. Melted my boots.
So you can do that.
So close.
But I ain't shoveling my driveway.
Yeah, okay, listen, if my wife lets me make a barrel fire in my driveway, I'll go shovel. Not doing that. 252 WCMF again. It feels like -1 degrees in downtown Rochester right now. We got a little more snow overnight, which means you got to go shovel your driveway.
Yeah.
And I did it yesterday, and it was brutally painful. Brutally painful. So I am proposing, enforced by law, that it is too cold to shovel your driveway. Just leave it. You can get in and out of the snow. It's okay.
It is drivable.
What if you're one of those guys who purchased one of those? You ever see it's almost like a little tractor, and it's got like the enclosed thing. But
it's a snowblower, but it has has like a full enclosure.
Like you got to put that to use.
It's got a windshield.
You bought that for this purpose.
Okay, but is it warm inside or is it just?
I just think it
shields you from the snow.
I think it also helps you from the wind.
Okay, yeah, that would help. I don't have that.
No, I know you.
Those things are
but
a
I'm
fortune,
saying,
by the way.
Like that guy is eager to get out there.
But that's like a
$2,000,
$3,000 snowblower.
And you look like a toll booth worker while you're doing it.
Yes.
Also, there's not enough snow in the driveway to have to use that. This is a shovel day of snow, not a blower day of snow.
Well, I always think if you have a blower, you don't shovel. You just always use the blower.
Okay, but isn't it too little snow where you're going to start like chopping up your driveway with it?
I have a neighbor who's out there with it.
Those things scare the hell out
snow.
of me.
Yeah, I've never used one either because I'm scared.
I am frightened of them.
I'm with you. Like if I have any amount of snow, I can use a snow blower and not be like.
Yeah.
Can you put it too low and destroy your driveway?
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
I don't want any part of that. The one thing that would make you go out and shovel your driveway, and this sucks.
What's that?
Well, like 20 years ago, we could do this and there would be no consequence. But delivery drivers.
Oh, yeah, you got to make a space for those guys.
If you got Amazon packages coming, which we all do, there is a guilt in not having a walkway.
Yeah, you got to help
shovel.
the guy out.
And not to mention, if they slip and fall, you're on the hook.
Oh, yeah, you could lose the house pass.
Would staying out of the cold be enough for you to stop ordering items online until it warmed up
No,
again?
I don't think that's going to stop anybody.
Really?
You probably ordered stuff you forgot about.
I got 2 things coming this week.
And when you order it, you don't know that the snow is going to be on that day.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
Like if I got stuff, in the barrel coming.
In the barrel.
That's how us orderers talk. That's order talk.
What do you got? Purple leather gloves coming this week?
No, I got a new turtleneck and another scarf coming.
How many scarves does one man need?
Well, I'd like to change them up a little bit. They're really cheap after the season. I mean, after the holidays.
Wow.
30% off on scarves. That's a hell of a deal, Pat.
Which one of you guys dropped ass?
Was not
Because
me.
it is awful.
It's him.
It might have been the guy possibly
Like,
eating
I
all the
cannot
relish.
breathe right now, and I'm sorry, but that is one of the worst ones I have experienced in my 10 years on this
It might
show.
be the fact that I'm eating the carrots and the celery.
Oh my God.
And also my medication.
I haven't gotten it. What medication?
Well, lucky you.
I'm old. I'm on medication.
Oh, okay.
You
All right.
know.
Well, let's take a break.
I gotta take my salt pill and my blood pill.
Let's take a break so I can leave the room.
Sorry about that.
It's
not that bad.
It's pretty
You
bad.
think my dainty ass could put out that much stank?
Apparently, I actually thought it was Pat. That's how bad it was.
Hey, what the hell did I do?
You stank.
But it's your
so
ass. No,
stinky.
it's your ass.
But you so stank. You got credit for my stank.
Stank credit?
Stank credit. Stank stank.
She gonna throw up?
Hold on, man. You can't tell me
I'm
your old
telling you,
man
it is
doesn't drop.
lingering. It's not going away.
You can't tell me that
I
big
can't
fireman
breathe.
ass don't rip up.
Oh, it does, but I'm used to that.
This is like, it must be my medication.
Let's take a break. All right. This woman says what she said to her husband was not offensive.
Okay.
In fact, the way he began this conversation led to her having to say this to her face. And the story that she tells went viral for all the wrong reasons.
Mm.
And there are people defending her, but I think there is a rule that needs to be observed in your relationship.
Mm.
Weight, someone's weight, should never, ever
Oh, wait, their girth, their poundage?
be a topic of discussion ever. We'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. There is no doubt there are different rules when it comes to this matter with husbands and with wives.
What happened?
And everyone, Tommy, will say something they regret at some point in a relationship to their partner.
It's human nature.
But this woman, who has gone viral for a comment she made to her husband, says she does not regret it. In fact, she says he started it.
Okay.
And being honest is different than being mean.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
And just also, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And the largest penis in the world.
Wow.
We're not talking about like the actual.
When'd you see it?
Well, I sit across from the largest.
Take that, penis guy.
We're not talking like the largest actual individual penis. We have in front of us the countries with the
who's hung the most?
Penile.
Penile?
And it's not good news for us.
No.
We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So I would like to read you a story from a woman that has gone viral this week. She is accused of fat shaming the man that she married.
So she fat blasted his ass?
This is according to folks that read her story.
Unflat blaster?
Want to try that again?
Flat blaster?
We got that.
That's hard to say.
So why did you say it in the first place?
It just came to me.
You said it right the first time. So this is her side of the story.
What happened?
And it seems she is being pretty honest here. All right, you ready? Quote, last night, I suggested to my husband that we finish the leftovers in the fridge since we had plenty of food that needed to be eaten. But my husband had a different suggestion.
Yeah.
He immediately countered with, wouldn't you rather get nachos? Which sidebar here?
Always.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
that's a valid
I would
point.
always rather have nachos.
So going back to her post that went viral here, she, quote, I shook my head and said no. He then sighed dramatically as if I crushed his dreams and said...
His nacho dreams.
Well, I think I know whose side you're on.
Shattered nacho dreams.
Nothing worse than shattered nachos, man. So he then sighed dramatically as if I crushed his dreams and said, quote, you don't feed me.
So he lumbered off?
I guess. Well, no, he didn't lumber off because it leads to the interaction that we're about to tell you about.
happened?
So here's the thing. Husband saying to wife,
Let's get nachos.
Oh, no. You don't feed me.
Yeah.
Not great for husband to say. But she had a hell of a comeback. She said, quote, to her husband,
yeah,
you wouldn't be overweight if I didn't feed you.
Ooh, fat zinger.
She says the convo then took a dramatic turn. Her husband got upset and said she was being mean, and that was uncalled for. This woman, in defending herself, says she did nothing wrong. Quote this woman.
All right.
I stood my ground, and I explained that I only said that because I felt insulted by the original remark.
But she took a shot.
But so did he.
Yeah, but hers landed way deeper.
Well, look, just because somebody throws a better punch doesn't mean that they shouldn't be boxing.
Okay.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Who is in the wrong here? I already know where you're at.
What are you talking about?
Which I don't know why, because he's King Fat Shamer over there. Everybody that calls you manage to give them some sort of their name plus fill in the blank fat word that comes after. It's like the only time you really tap into your vocabulary.
Tommy,
Tina.
Sorry. Tommy, who's in the wrong here?
He probably shouldn't have said anything.
Okay.
Whoa, that's weird. That's not where I thought you were going with that.
Oh, no, wait for it.
But
your ass is sticking out, man, and it's a big, fat, juicy target. So maybe you should, look, he knows he's fat.
Okay.
So he should probably watch his mouth.
Oh, so you're saying it is his fault?
Kinda.
Oh,
look, you know what you is. Every fat guy knows he's a fat guy. Like women can make excuses. Every fat guy knows your ass fat.
Okay. So
you know how hard it is to get out of a chair.
Again, cut pot kettle black.
Mine's age.
You're telling me that this woman did nothing wrong?
She did something wrong, but he got what he deserved.
Kimmy?
Because he took a shot at her woman skills.
Oh, Kimmy, who is in the wrong here?
It's a pretty low blow. But he did start
Wow,
it.
Look at this. Are you kidding me?
I mean, he did.
You should watch his chubby mouth.
I mean, is she just supposed to let you don't feed me go?
Okay, if we're going to measure up.
Any fat side, too. Those are loud sides.
Shut up.
They sound like air brakes on an 18-wheeler.
Maybe the way she said it was a little harsh, but I do understand what she's pointing out here. She's just proving him wrong.
You guys are both siding with this woman?
Kinda, yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, granted, I'm with you guys. Like, the guy started it, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a massive jump in pain between you don't feed me and shut up, fatty.
But you can't sit there as a fat ass and go, you can't sit there as a fat ass and go, I never get anything to eat. Well, look at you.
Yeah, you don't provide for me.
Yes.
You're taking it's a low blow too.
You're wearing your own BS.
What's the lower blow? What would bother you?
Hers is. I mean, hers put an end to it, which is usually like the lowest blow. But at the same time, like she's just trying to explain to him why he's wrong.
Okay. See, this is how you're a bitch. Because she is siding with this woman because I feel like she's had this argument with her husband before. Have you had this argument with your husband?
I don't think so. Not to this extent.
Well, you also say you never have leftovers.
I mean, to your
we never have
point,
leftovers.
you could never reverse the roles.
Okay. So
you could never say that to your wife.
Okay, so if that's the case, she's in the wrong. If we're going all things even here, if a man... I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Kimmy. You shut up. Kimmy.
You're right. It sounds worse as him saying it to her.
Okay, so no. Let's flip the roles here.
Right.
Yeah.
And she says, "Let's get nachos." And he goes, "No, we got food in the fridge." He goes, "Oh, you never want to buy me any dinner." And he says, "Well, why are you overweight then?" Would he be in the wrong?
Yes.
You
and I'm
lie. Why you lie?
Well, women have so many issues with their bodies and their weight, and they struggle with it more than men do.
I don't even know if it's that or it just sounds so much more harsh coming from a dude.
It does. It does sound harsh.
It just does.
It's the same insult.
No, but how women get treated in the media and our culture is
shut
different.
up, man. You think you're being progressive right now?
Like how many fat funny guys do we know? Jolly funny guys.
A lot.
A lot of them, right?
Yeah,
the ones that are still alive.
Yeah. You see a fat woman, she ain't happy about it.
No, guys are not happy about being fat.
I would argue like they just play it off like they're not.
They enjoy that fatness, bro.
But I think that everybody gets sensitive about their weight at some point.
No, I'll put it this way.
Well, if you really get mean. But we can buzz balls with fat
You
asses.
get mean.
What do you mean?
Mean.
Sounds like Beaker.
Yeah, there are things that you say about people that's so mean that you wouldn't even say it to their face.
Oh, true. I'm a coward.
It happened
harsh.
3 times
Yeah.
today. 3 separate times today.
I can't say that to that kid.
252-WCMF, 252-9260. We're talking about this post that went viral over the weekend from a woman who got in an argument with her husband about food. Quote, "Last night," this is her speaking, "I suggested to my husband that we finish leftovers in the fridge since we had plenty of food that needed to be eaten. But my husband had a different suggestion. He immediately countered with, 'Wouldn't you rather get nachos?' I shook my head and said no. He then sighed dramatically as if I crushed his dreams and said, 'You don't feed me.' She countered with, 'You wouldn't be overweight if I didn't feed you.' Said that to his face.
Mm-hmm.
She said her husband then went to her, said that was uncalled for. She was being mean. She defends herself in saying she did nothing wrong. Quote her, "I stood my ground and I explained that I only said that because I felt insulted by his original remark. Both Tommy and Kimmy believe he is the one in the wrong and that she is the less harsh of the two."
I didn't say she was the less harsh.
But he is. All right, so then you say he's the bigger dick for starting the fight.
Kind of.
Okay, then that's harsh.
I mean, well, like when you insult somebody, do you just assume that they're gonna sit there and take it, or do you assume that eventually they're gonna come back with something, or at least try?
I never think of their feelings, really.
Okay, there are some things in a relationship during an argument that you know.
Yes.
You do not touch.
There's levels of harsh.
Some of those things are universal.
Yeah.
Some of those things are individual for the person you're with.
Yeah.
If you touch on those things that you know are hypersensitive for that person, you are the dick. Because you can have an argument without going down that road. But it sounds like, 1, this guy's sensitive about how he looks.
Yeah.
2, he's getting it from the person he loves the most in the world. I agree with you. What he said was not good. Dick. What she did cleared the bases.
Okay, but I think this is something where if she says something like this again, knowing how much it hurt him, that makes you a bigger dick. But if this is like this kind of first time where you're like, okay, I think I hurt this person's feelings, then you learn from it.
No, but she
like
posted.
You were a dick for saying it, but if you realize like, oh, I've gone too far, and you learn from it, you don't do it again or say anything like that again. You know where the line is now.
Okay, but here's the thing. I agree with you there. The reason this woman is the dick is because she posted the entire interaction online.
Okay,
and then said, "I'm in the right, looking for support."
Right.
Okay, that's where she went
South.
too far.
Not the fat comment.
No, because look, man, there's lady harsh and then there's man harsh. My wife can say things to me, and it's no big deal.
Well,
it's
yeah, 'cause
socially accepted.
You're an easy target.
I understand that, but I can't say anything like that equivalent to my wife at all.
Okay,
Well,
I
because-
don't live in that universe. She does.
Put it this way: if you were a third party in a room, two people a couple arguing, and she called him fat in some way, you would laugh. If it was the same, if it was
no,
yes, you
Bro.
would.
A partner?
You would be uncomfortable, but in the end, you'd be like, that was kind of funny, right? And if it was if it was reversed, where he called her fat, you would be shocked, right?
Oh, you wouldn't laugh at that, Tommy?
What?
If he called her fat?
Not out loud.
Ah!
I would internalize it and wait till I saw you later.
No, that's what I would do. The same thing, woman to man. But no, if I'm in a room and I'm watching this interaction happen, and he wants an nachos and goes, "You never feed me," I just go like, "Oh, that was kind of a jerk thing to say." If she comes back with the baseball bat of, "Well, then why are you overweight?" That's one of those moments in a room where I'm like wide-eyed,
I think
waiting.
I'm laughing.
You would not. I think you.
We had some boys, right? Big old chubbly boys.
Yes.
And their wives and girlfriends lit them up constantly for how they looked, and we laughed at it. You know I'm right, bro.
Maybe we were wrong.
Oh, we were dead wrong, but we had a good time being dead wrong.
Okay. You brought up a comment a second ago.
What's that?
That it is different for a man
absolutely.
to make fun of a woman's weight
Yes.
via a woman make fun of a man's
Yeah.
weight because of how women feel about their bodies versus how men.
Mm-hmm.
Can I offer an idea here? Maybe men don't show that they're hurt by these comments or are expected to take it more, not because it doesn't actually bother them, but because we're afraid of looking like bitches if we were to be like, "Hey, man, why would you say that?"
I understand that, but the world is far crueler to a fat woman than a fat man.
Okay, no, I agree.
Fat man can get far, and a fat woman can't.
I agree.
Especially if there's a lot of stairs.
I agree with you there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that someone's personal feelings should be
I
ignored.
understand.
No, you don't, because you're still going to argue that it's okay to make fun of a fat guy.
You know why?
Chubbly bitch.
I think part of it too is you would be upset if you called the guy fat and he got offended,
Oh, yeah.
right?
I'm just busting your fat balls.
Fat balls? No, that's just it. He wants the cachet or the ability to look at a guy and be like, "Hey, what up, Chuggly? What up, fatty boombaladdy?"
Yes.
That makes you a bad person.
Of course.
Of course.
We're just having fun here. We're all pals. Got a little hot under the collar, you fat, sweaty collar.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, is your wife listening?
My wife?
Yeah.
No, she's at work right
working.
now. She's working.
Yeah, I thought so.
Why?
I wonder what she would. If you asked her that question. I wonder what she would say.
Well, I will say this. I mean, Petey, you remember, at one point I was 300 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
My wife never brought up my weight for health reasons, look reasons, ever. And she married me about 40 pounds lighter than I was at my heaviest. I feel like my wife understood, because we would get in arguments like every other marriage.
Yeah.
Did you ever have arguments about what to
sorry
eat?
for you.
Thanks,
She's always been a healthy person.
Yeah,
so,
my
like,
wife,
did
yeah,
she
very.
ever try to guide you towards a certain type of meal?
I mean, she would make stuff,
Yeah.
but it wasn't like
But
an
she never
intentional.
suggested?
She would make it because she wanted it.
Oh.
No. I never had an experience.
I thought you were in the bathroom with her, and she looked at you in the mirror and said something, and then you would start losing weight.
Well,
Isn't
yeah.
that how that worked?
Well, she did, but no.
Look at this.
No, I'm trying. It wasn't insulting.
She just said it was crowded in here.
Says man who was also a big fat tubbaloo.
I was, yes. Yes, I was.
I mean, Petey, Petey, are you? How much you weigh, Pete?
About 200.
Okay.
Yeah, how tall are you, plump Pete?
About Tommy's height.
Oh, my God.
All right, but Petey.
I gained 50 pounds after I retired.
Well, I mean, you're not doing anything except running your mouth, Pete. But Petey.
That's right, baby.
The only thing that runs on Pete.
If the woman you cared about most in the world made a comment about your weight, would it bother you?
She wouldn't do that.
That's not the answer to the question, Pete.
No, it would not bother me.
It wouldn't bother you? You had to think about it?
No, because I call myself fat all the time.
There is a difference. Yeah, obviously, lots of guys do, but I think there's a difference between you seeing flaws in yourself and the person that you love the most, who is supposed to be sexually attracted to you, care about you, look at you and go, hey, Petey Bosoms, is that Bosoms Petey over there? Hey, you big fatty boobalatti.
Well, then I'd have to comment back.
Don't ever do that.
No, let Pete live his life, buddy.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
just think your wife would agree with a woman.
All right, well, Pete, you're getting out of breath. I got to let you go, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, you too.
There goes Pete.
Would it
Did a
change?
fat man just call me up to fat shame me from when I was fat before?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it change your opinion if you saw the guy and he wasn't really fat? Like he was just being hypersensitive about it?
Well, but that might hurt even more because I don't think I'm that fat, and you called me fat.
Right, because every guy middle-aged has got some blub on him for the most part.
That's
right?
fair, yeah.
Hey, everybody's, you're carrying some dough. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, unless you're like, altering your lifestyle to a point where you're, I get what you're saying. Yes. The average guy.
The guy's got he got some roll.
All right, so with this woman who insults her husband, who tells her she doesn't cook for her, or doesn't feed him, and fires back, why are you overweight then? She posts this whole interaction online, believes she's in the right, does not regret what she said. She writes that in this post, does not regret what she said. Can a relationship recover from weight being brought up?
I guess you'd have to
tough. It'd be one of those things that lingers now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be something that person is going to be sensitive about, I would assume, from here on out.
You could forgive but not forget.
Okay.
Because it would always hang back.
Yeah. And you might see signs that aren't there, or,
Well, no.
or take comments differently.
Yeah, I mean, that would...
It contains your sexual relationship.
That would be my biggest concern,
Right.
outside of my feelings being hurt, is if you think I'm fat, you
don't want it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's another part of this that gets rarely talked about.
What's that?
There are men and women who get bothered when their partners start to lose weight.
Like you're like on an even playing.
One person's getting healthier.
Starts to drop.
Yeah, exactly. Or you're both trying and someone's losing weight faster.
Oh, that's
So it's an issue that I'm sure is starting to show up with New Year's resolutions, right? The weight loss drugs. Are you allowed to tell your partner you don't want them to lose weight?
Stop being healthy.
Yeah, that would be hard because
that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's affecting their health.
I can't do it, so you can't do it.
Well, maybe it's
that's
not.
very selfish.
Well, there are people who believe they like their partners heavier than. Oh, I'm serious, man. There are women that are into big hairy guys. There are dudes that are into big girls.
Yes, there
right.
are.
So,
but I never felt like either of them were into that. It's just what they got stuck with, and then they kind of like, oh yeah, I like them big.
No, everybody has a type, right?
Nobody has a fat type.
I think you're wrong.
You got married.
Yeah, but
as a big tubbaloo.
Yeah, like somebody had to be into short guys.
But maybe that's all she could get. I don't know.
Wow, what a great thing to say about your wife.
I'm talking about the second one.
Not the one I'm currently married to now.
Well, no, I was
who
thin.
also married a short man. She said short.
Oh. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you better shut up, stupid. So, Kimmy, if you would believe that you cannot look at your partner and say, I don't want you to lose weight.
No, because, I just think, like, you're preventing them from...
Living?
Yeah.
Not being a diabetic?
Oh, my God. A guy, I hate this guy that sits across from me right now. You.
What did I do?
You change your life. You think you're better than everybody else, and you start telling everyone how they should live as you eat your relish tray in a plastic bag.
This kind of happened to an extent because my husband's big on, like, the fasting thing.
Yeah, he dropped some weight.
And I am somebody who loves breakfast. And like,
it shows.
And so, like...
Syrup girl.
They call her Kimmy Cakes.
So we have not been out to breakfast together in years.
Really? Because he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't eat breakfast, and I don't. And I'm always like, come on, let's go get some. And he's so anti, eating before a certain time that it's annoying. It's annoying to me, who is on a regular eating schedule. But I know that he's feeling so much better about himself, and it helps. He's happier living that way. So what am I gonna say?
No pancakes for you.
So like with
it's
this.
Sad.
I'm sorry.
We'll get a box of Eggos.
Good thing you didn't say it out loud. Those aren't pancakes. Those are waffles.
Same thing.
No, and it's not even
it's
close.
A breakfast
it's not close.
cake.
We're not going to argue about pastries with you. I went through this whole I don't want you to lose weight with the last significant relationship I had before I met my wife. Because I went from like 280 down to like 230.
Yeah.
And she got upset. And it's part of the reason why we broke up. We were living together.
So she was mad you lost weight and she was staying the same?
Yes. And she wasn't a big girl.
But you just got...
You're not thinking of the right one.
Thick Tina?
For God's sakes.
That's what the scale said.
She was a little controlling as like a.
Oh, yes, she was. She had you by the nose, bro.
Look who's talking, you bitch ass.
I was single and free back then.
I'm talking about right now.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, shut up. I gotta go hold. But like in the relationship, she was kind of controlling.
Yeah.
But it was strange the way she reacted when my body started changing, and I assumed she would be
Like
excited.
disgusted by
And she'd
it?
want it.
No. Like I mean, I thought she would be more disgusted by heavier me.
Right.
And I assumed losing weight would be a benefit for her. And when she reacted the way she did, it really bothered me. But here's the thing. I never said anything to her.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to look like a bitch.
You didn't want to tell her that it was her reaction was bothering.
Yeah,
you.
I had never
It
said.
hurt your feelings.
Exactly. Well, I guess.
Yeah, hurt your ego. And your feelings.
Because like, hey,
You think you're doing something good.
I thought, and part of it was like, hey, I'm trying to be better looking for you.
And it throws you off. Like, you're supposed to appreciate me losing this weight.
Yeah.
Being in shape.
Yeah.
Getting healthy.
So any body talk is off the table.
I would never talk any body talk in a relationship, period, as a man.
Okay.
You shut your mouth. You have no opinion.
But for women, it's okay.
Yes, they can do whatever they want.
Do whatever they want, ladies. I'm a coward ass bitch.
Yes.
Bitch without a
If you want a successful marriage, be a coward.
Except for when you said that the only reason your wife married you is because she had to settle for you.
I was talking about the second one.
But not this one.
Not at all.
She
one of
loves
the good
short
ones.
guys.
She's one of the good ones. And trust me, I looked around.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I'm going to bitch it out.
Oh, there's a bitch sitting across me right now. Boop, 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 boop. How would you like to hear about the largest penis in the world?
So this is a country, or just they found a whopper of one penis? Like King P9.
King P. No, it's by country.
Okay. Well, everybody knows what country, bro.
Really?
Yes.
You want to take a guess? Go right now.
Yeah,
Tell
shoot
me.
your shot.
Tell
Go
me.
ahead.
It's got to be,
Nope.
What?
Oh, what happened again?
Well, I don't want to get in trouble.
By saying someone has a huge penis?
No, like a country is known for crank.
Give me one. The country, not the crank.
Country, you're gonna say.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. Be my Frankenstein.
Cranksteria. I don't know.
Look at you. I'm badass. I never
Well, I don't want to say, because it's going to come across as racial, and I don't want to do that.
Why is that a bad? By the way, you're not helping by trying to explain it.
We've gone too far.
What an idiot. Look, he doesn't even know what to do right now. Look at his stupid face.
Is it a smaller country?
What's that?
Is it a smaller country?
No, based on the size of the penis, it can't be. They all been bumping into each other.
Well, maybe that's their problem.
We will tell you which country in the world has the biggest penises. We will watch a man start to put together his resignation letter.
Yeah, I don't want to say.
And this is not good news for Merca.
Well, of course not. We always come up short.
We'll get into it next year in the break room. WCMF. If you are looking for the world's biggest penises, we're going to tell you where to find them.
I knew you'd find it.
But there is some unfortunate news for everyone that can hear us.
Yeah.
It's definitely not on American soil. It's foreign soil.
That makes sense.
Okay. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or watch them ruin their marriage and career in one tease all at the same time. You got to really hurt that person. Something along the lines of...
Pat Duffy, I want to go to Crankistan and check it out on a vacation because I'm just a crank-loving little bitch.
Again, the only man that makes himself laugh with his own jokes. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. You got a good life. We take all your bitch voices. We run it back. It's Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. On CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Pat Duffy, I'm dressed like an unemployed Zamboni driver this morning because I'm just a busted Zamboni driving little bitch.
If I was unemployed, how would I be a Zamboni driver?
Well, you're looking for work.
It
down
makes,
the hall.
makes me feel good. Ooh.
Hall goes many ways.
I want to rub my mouth, be a tough guy, but I got an opportunity to stand up and say something. I won't because I'm a scared ass, dumbass bitch.
We lived in New Jersey, and they rented a place down on the shore for the summer. And so I remember going.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was a bungalow.
A bungalow? Shut up, Hef.
My name's Tommy, and I'm a little bitch because the only cookie I want is frosted fennel because I'm not a cookie-eating bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I won't eat Tommy's ziti because I'm afraid it's going to have Tommy's little hands in it, and I'm going to get grossed out because I'm a non-ziti eating Tommy preparing little bitch.
Yeah, all of that is true.
I bought my first rental property on Park Ave when I was like, I don't know, 26 or 7. And
I'm rental Rob.
Why?
We're gonna take
Are we scared? Are we scared?
No.
I'm already sending up my excuse. My name's Tommy, and I'm sending up my excuse for why I was wrong because this is my secret way of making toothpicks when I'm actually making toothpicks. I'm a scared-ass, pick-ass, little bitch-ass pick.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
We now know which country has the largest penis on average in the world. So just to give you a frame of reference.
Hungtown.
Just to give you a frame of reference before we get into it. The average penis worldwide comes in at 5.5 inches. But there are some countries packing way more heat.
Oh, sure.
Do either of you want to take a guess at the country with the world's largest penis?
By average.
Yes.
Yeah.
I saw it already.
Okay. Well, we were doing a lot of research for yourself last night, huh?
No, I sent this to you.
Oh, yeah, you did. Also, doing a lot of research last night, were you? You're afraid to guess.
Well, it'll sound bad.
Why? What if you're right?
It'll still sound bad.
The largest penis on average in the world exists in the Sudan.
See, I was going to pick that area.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
Were you?
I was going to say Nigeria because it's a bigger country.
Okay, fair enough. So, yeah.
I was going to take Western Africa.
Oh, well, this is Northern Africa.
Well, it's on the west
yeah,
side.
Let me tell you.
West
side of Northern
Wait,
Africa?
What is it again?
It's Northern Africa.
Sudan.
Sudan.
No, that's East Africa.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Sudan's on the east, Nigeria's on the west.
Oh, Northeast Africa.
Yeah.
Still, yeah.
Look at Sudan.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Damn, Sudan.
Sudan.
How do they measure this?
Okay, so we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
The Sudan.
Look at the women.
The Sudan hit an average, while excited, of 7.07 inches. 7.07 inches is the average penis length of the Sudan. Meanwhile, the United States came in 68th place in the world.
Town.
We are averaging a paltry 5.57 inches. Canada ranked even lower.
Well, yeah.
But there was one country that got the worst possible.
So who's got the littlest weenie?
The country with the smallest penis on average in the world is Thailand at 3.72 inches.
Wait, 3.2?
So just to give you the range here on global penis, the largest on average is in Sudan at 7.07. The smallest is Thailand, 7.07 in the Sudan. The smallest in Thailand, 3.72.
And their town's called Bangkok.
There are...
That makes... What an insult to those people.
So that's more than a 3-inch difference in average penis length.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big penis difference.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
That's a half a sub.
So by the... So there is something you need to know about this study. that could actually make all of these numbers irrelevant. The entire study is based on self-reported numbers.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
So no scientists.
So it's not like a.
Well, you got to believe Thailand.
So
or they really suck at, point spreads.
Okay, but I'm going to ask a serious question after you, Kimmy.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, so this is not like doctors reporting
No.
this or scientists like gathering people for a study. This
like
is
a
just
survey.
simply like write down your penis size.
Yes. Okay. So different countries obviously use different units of measures. I mean,
Yeah.
what you have like the metric system versus what do they call what we use here? Imperial,
The normal.
whatever it is. Yeah, the normal, the right way.
The right way, but irregular.
But there are also other countries that have their own like unique
Measurement?
measuring systems
Oh, I
that
didn't know that.
have just been traditional.
Oh, I just thought it was the two.
I mean, nobody knows. I mean,
Oh.
it's not one of these things that are like. Well, I guess the question I'm asking is:
Mm.
there's such a wide average. Is it possible that there is something lost in translation in this study that would cause that to
But
happen?
when the smart guys figured that out when they put the study
Unless
together?
people were just grabbing information that already existed and
Oh.
putting stuff together. I don't know. Because, I mean, it does seem like a pretty wide difference. And then, like, you also have populations of countries affecting what the average could be. For example, in America, we have 300, okay, so let's say men-wise, adult men, 100 million men?
Yeah.
150, probably 125 million
Penis.
adult
In
men.
the hundreds.
Yeah, adult
Male
men.
penis.
Yes. Well, can you Google, Kimmy, what the population of Sudan is?
It's got to be small.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So, like, the more people that are existing in your country, you would think the more your average comes down just because of the amount of people. Unless I'm wrong.
That's true.
I mean, if
But
there's,
Thailand's pretty big, isn't it?
well, compared to what?
I think it's like 150 million people in Thailand.
Are there really?
I think so.
I think it's highly populated.
Yeah, it's big.
Okay.
Bangkok's huge.
That's not what I have in this study.
No, true. That's true.
So,
Okay.
what do we got for Sudan?
Okay, so Sudan, there's just over 48 million people.
Okay, so that's like New
California.
England. Yeah, okay, there you go. Perfect.
And then Thailand is about 71 million.
So that's not
So
a lot
it's
of
not
people.
as many as I thought.
Guess it's not that.
So I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, but I'm guessing the smaller the population, the more the numbers could skew
Okay.
wildly one way or
Yeah.
the other.
Right.
You know what I mean? So going back to this idea or this knowledge that we know now, with the world's largest penis on average existing in the country of Sudan, America coming in at 5.57 inches, which is 68th, but still 0.2 of an inch higher than average.
Okay.
Right? And Thailand being the smallest on average.
Bottom out.
Knowing that Americans self-reported this study
Mm-hmm.
means one of two things coming in 68th place. Either we are honest compared to other parts of the globe,
Yeah.
or we still lied and only came in 68th place.
I think you're right. I
You
think
think
it's the
there's
second.
still a lot of
Yeah.
inflating of the numbers?
Oh, yeah.
No, bro, there's no guy that's going to, if he's going to lie, he's going over
Yeah.
6. He's going over
Yeah,
6.
I would think it would be so ridiculous.
Yeah, this thing ain't a truth stick.
No, but that's my point. Like,
Yeah.
maybe we are being more honest, at least America-wise, because no American man is going to say under 6
Right.
if you're asking him.
But we still came up pretty short.
But we came in under 6, which leads me to believe that people were actually being honest.
Some.
I'd love to know. I'd love to see them break it down by state. Would there be a difference,
Oh.
you think?
No, because every state's very diverse.
Well, no, I mean, not necessarily. There are states where there are people that have generations born, raised, died
Okay,
more
if
than
you-
others.
If I had to pick a
information's
state,
out there.
if I had to pick a state with a teeny weeny, it's got to be Utah.
Why do you say that?
I know,
It
it's
just
so
comes to my
random.
mind.
Well, just because they don't partake in, the sexual escapades that other states do doesn't mean they would be packing smaller.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm taking Utah. Sparse State.
Okay.
Hold on here.
Uh-oh.
We may have these numbers.
Oh, really?
Wait, really?
Okay, so this is another self-reported study,
don't
it
lie.
looks like.
Very religious.
But the top, I'm not kidding, the top 3 states,
With big
Alabama,
ones? With big ones.
7.4 inches.
Okay, they're lying. Bro,
Louis-
Alabama coming in number 1 is an automatic
No,
they
but
lie.
it's warm. It,
Louisiana,
Okay.
in second, 7.1
Cajun
inches.
crank, son.
West Virginia in third was 7 inches.
Well, what did you expect?
Vermont in 4th place.
Okay, that blows up your.
And then
Vermont.
Utah in 5th,
What was Utah?
6.9.
So I was pretty close.
Okay, but that's.
Oh, wait, Utah was big?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were top 5.
They lying then. What happened to those people? There's no way they got big cranks out there.
They don't lie. They're very religious.
I know.
No, I mean, look, we have talked about winter penis on the show before. For those
Yeah,
not,
winter crank.
Yeah, for those not familiar, it's when the weather is so cold, it causes your penis to lose up to
It shrinks.
an inch and a half of
It can make a fist.
length and girth.
Yeah.
So the the more warm the state, the bigger the penis on average would make sense.
Yeah, because it's relaxed, it's warm.
But Vermont blows that out of the water.
Yeah.
That's a game changer.
I also would. Oh no, I take that back. Vermont is a state where a lot of people, generations born, raised, die there.
Sure.
All right, so.
Wonder who the teeny state is.
The tainted state.
I could probably find that.
Teeny state.
You know it's gonna be us, right? Just because you asked it.
No, we're the Empire State, buddy.
Empire Cranks. It sounds like a third division indoor football team.
Average lengths were the shortest in Delaware, New Mexico, Maryland, and Rhode Island.
But they're also the smallest states.
So maybe that's why.
Okay, there you go. Statistically.
Okay, yeah, maybe you're onto something.
All right, so we figured it out.
I knew you would with your penis stats.
Thank you very much. If there's one thing I know, it's penis size. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing about next here in the break room. Let's see that. That's going to be Rapparoo.
Audio Thursday Rapparoo.
For a Thursday break room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Friday. That's a big Friday, buddy.
This is a whopper.
So first of all, what we do every Friday.
Yeah, we have to have the creep cap.
Yep.
Creepy.
All the disgusting things you heard all week long, the creep cap. It is the first wild card football Friday of 2025. It's actually the only one. First playoff football Friday.
Yeah.
Your Buffalo Bills take on the Denver Broncos, 1 o'clock Sunday, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy will be at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Chi-Li. Go watch that with her. Yeah, that's right. We will have a playoff edition. Tommy tells it like it is, just after 7:45. To recap those picks, we will have our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger.
Oh, nice guy.
And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy!
I have no idea what he's planning on tomorrow. No idea. He is very upset because he was unaware that we were going on vacation, and he bought an individual outfit for the Patriots games. Like a whole head-to-toe outfit. That he's like, could you do it next year, right? Because I'm going to save it.
So is he going to go Western?
I don't know.
Because it's Denver?
I don't think he's smart enough to know there were Cowboys in Denver.
I thought he already did Cowboy.
He did.
I thought he already did a Cowboy.
He did Southern Man, didn't
Well, yeah, you're right.
Wasn't Cowboy.
Yeah, Cowboy. I don't
Could
think
he come as a horse? As an actual Bronco?
That would be funny as hell. But then he'd have to sit down.
Well, you take the head off.
So we will have our good buddies Mike Danger, Ryan Duffy, in just after 9 o'clock to recap Tommy's picks. And just after 6:40 tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I mean, the nerves are already there getting ready for this game, right? Because nothing is guaranteed. And we talked about you need to win a couple of games for this season to be relevant in the history
you got to
of the
go
franchise.
deep.
Exactly. What makes this even more miserable on Sunday?
What's that?
We will know our future before kickoff.
How's that?
I'll explain, and we'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way for Kimmy, who will you please stop sending me studies on men's penises?
All right, I'm done.
All right, thank you.
His file's full.
For Tommy Muley, who will not answer questions, then be like, oh, I nailed it. And then get information where he was wrong and be like, oh, I nailed it. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.